Check one, two. Hello, SimFans. Good evening. Welcome to the late night, Thursday night live stream this night, bringing you the Piper Arrow 3 and a little more West Coast flying along the California coast. Hello, SimFans. Good evening. Welcome to the late night Thursday. Sorry about that. I was doing a mic check earlier and forgot to turn the volume down on my other computer there. But do welcome all of you to the channel, and appreciate you coming and joining me tonight. I think we have a good flight ahead of us here. We're going to be going from starting at San Jose, and then we're going to fly straight direct to Santa Barbara. And when we land there, we might take a quick break. Then we'll take off. We'll maybe put a little fuel in the plane, take off, go to Catalina, and well, actually, I think Burbank is what I put down, right? Yeah, Burbank. Sorry about that. Burbank, and then to Catalina, and then we'll finish up at the beautiful LatinVFR, San Diego scenery. I know I've flown it a few times. I just can't get enough of it. All of these are payware scenery, by the way, except for Catalina. It is freeware. I will be putting that link to the freeware. I meant to do that. Sorry about that. I meant to do that in the details of this video in the stream. I'll do that later, but I post it for all of you as well while we're on our way there. And it is a pretty neat airport. You know, it's an island, and it's kind of a neat fly in there. So looking forward to that, SimFans. So as you can see, we're looking behind us here at beautiful San Jose. Frame rates are so-so. I was actually going to do a real life, real live weather flight, and the frame rates at this airport just seemed a little iffy, so I made it clear skies. But if you want, we can certainly do live weather, and I'll show you something you're probably all aware of, which is kind of nice. You go to the weather here, and you can just change it from clear skies, click live, and of course it'll change that. And actually, it looked like it cleared up a bit too, since wow, what 15 minutes will do, right? Although it does say clear skies here. I gotta hit live weather. That'll change things, I think. Oh yeah, see, there we go. So a little hazy, little foggy, but nonetheless, we could certainly take off on this. But we might switch it up to live weather as we're on our way. Right now with the scenery, again, it's a little bit frame rate sensitive, frame rate heavy, getting some low frame rate. So I think for the just for the experience, we're going to go clear skies for now, SimFans, and then we will, of course, can switch it back later once we get going. So all right, let's hop on into the Piper Warrior. So again, Piper Warrior. I'm used to Piper Warrior because that's what I flew on in real life. The Piper Arrow, rather, Arrow 3, and all of its glory here. So a few things before we get started, to clean up the aircraft. If we will. I like to turn off the yokes, of course. I just like that. For me, I get a little more immersion. You can see, hopefully it's working here, the wonderful Honeycomb cam. As you can see, where you have the Bravo Throttle Quadrant, and we got it in the configuration for our single engine complex aircraft. So we will be flying that we'll be using the Bravo Throttle Quadrant and the Alpha Flight Controls that I have right next to it. I know you can't see it. I played a little bit with maybe pulling out and putting the camera to the side. I've done that before in a live stream where I could capture the Alpha Flight Controls and the Bravo Throttle Quadrant. But I think it's kind of nice to kind of see it up close and personal. Of course, let me know your thoughts of what you think and what you'd like to see. Hopefully you're hearing me all right. I'm going to check, do a quick sound check here, so bear with me for one moment. Yeah, I can see that you can hear me, so that's always a good thing. So again, let's go ahead and get started. First off, we got our electronic flight bag over here. So you can see the frame rates aren't so great. I am running a 1080 i7 7700K. By the way, I almost pulled the trigger today. I got a notification. I was watching a site for the AMD Ryzen 9 5950X and the 3070 NVIDIA, and I got a notification that it was in stock, and I almost pulled the trigger, SimFans, but I just kind of want to customize a little bit more than the pre-built, and so I'm holding off a little bit here, and if somebody else snags that up, that's just fine. But anyway, back to this, but it should help with the frame rates here shortly. I do plan on doing a new build here soon. So first of all, we'll go on the outside and take a look at this beautiful, magnificent Piper Arrow aircraft from Just Flight. And as you can see, we got our tie downs here, and we got our chocks in. So all we need to do is just go hop back in the aircraft here, and if we take the tie downs and take the chocks, we go back outside, we can see now those are removed. I don't have a lot of room to maneuver here when we get the aircraft started, so bear with me. Hopefully I don't run us into the building and start us off on the wrong foot and have to restart the flight. I think I'm going to have to start this up. I could do a pushback. I don't really know if I care for the pushback yet. I know that Microsoft and Sobo are going to improve that, is what they say, and the pushback is really finicky. It works about half the time. I don't know. Maybe it works more for all of you out there, but for me, it just doesn't work regularly enough that I want to use it yet. So I'm sure that'll come together soon. So anyway, that's how you can change that. And obviously, you've got over here, there's a co-pilot, and you can enable that. You want to show this off. So if you're thinking of getting this aircraft, I have shown these before, but so if you've been with me before and I showed this off, please bear with me for a moment so those other viewers can check out these features. But as you can see, we can turn on the co-pilot. You know, I don't really care to, right, for this flight anyway, you are all my co-pilot, so I don't need him there. Other few things to kind of point out here. Auto fuel selector, okay, all that's going to do is it's going to make sure that it switches this fuel selector. As you can tell, it's currently in the off position. So please remind me if I forget, if I go to start the aircraft up and it's not starting, and if you ever try this out, you probably know, that's probably the first thing to check. Make sure your fuel selector is on the left tank to start out with. Usually when you're flying these aircraft, the Piper Warrior or the Piper Arrow, any of the Piper aircraft, unless they have crossfeed, you typically will start those at a full tank or half tank if they're balanced, which it should be when you fuel up, right? You'll start it on the left tank, you go for a half-hour flight, and then you'll flip that over to the right tank, and then you go for an hour. And then you flip it back and forth every hour, and so on, so you can try to keep even weight among your wings on the fuel. So anyway, that's what that is. And you can also change these aircraft states. So if you don't want to start it from cold and dark, just click on Ready for Taxi, and the engine will be running. You'll be ready to go to taxi. Ready for start, that would just essentially, you know, turn on your battery in your systems that you're ready to start the aircraft. And of course, as we're starting today, my friends, we are starting as cold and dark. And you also notice that there's a recharge battery option as well. Notice there's it says priming required and that sort of thing. So it's just kind of going through all the options here. State saving would be like if you had that turned on. I do like this feature. Some of you, if you've used X-Plane, there is an add-on for many of the built-in aircraft that makes it more realistic. So you do wear and tear on the aircraft. It'll be wear and tear. When you end your flight, you start a new flight maybe the next day or a week from then. If you leave your battery on, your battery's dead. I haven't tested this, but in theory, that's supposedly what that option does as well. So that's that state saving. Baggage door, if we click that, of course, we can go outside here and we can see that our baggage door opens up, which is nice. We can get all our luggage and things that we want to pack into the aircraft in there. One thing I really like and is common of the Piper Warrior and Piper Arrow aircraft are these latches. And let me tell you, SimFans, you do want to make sure both of them are latched or unlatched to get out of the aircraft. Now, I have to say, this is the first aircraft I fly, and sim and X-Plane as well. There's probably other aircraft out there, but this is the first one where I've seen where you have to latch and unlatch both of those latches, the top latch and the door latch, to get it open, and you actually have to click, and I'll demonstrate that here. You have to click on the door handle to get it actually open. So we open that first. Notice it pops out just a little bit, and we see a little bit of a gap there. And then you got to unlatch that top latch. That's realistic in real life, and it still doesn't just pop open. Like the Coronado, a lot of times it just, once you do that, the door just automatically, magically opens up without anybody touching it. It's like a ghost has done it. But it actually, if you click on that, then you see that we've got an open door. Technology, I tell you. And then we just click on that again. We'll close that down. And what you do in real life is you latch that lever, but notice we still have this gap. We're not fully sealed. Click that. Now we know the door is fully sealed. It's the little things. It's the little things. And of course you can maneuver your visors here and kind of block that sun. So, all right, enough of that, but just kind of wanted to give that preview. This is still a relatively new aircraft, and I know many of you are probably curious about the features of it. Of course, we've got the old standard good interiors in here. A lot of the wear and tear is a lot of times you get into some of these aircraft that are older, you see that the upholstery starts to get faded and worn. And I think Just Flight has done a really good job on that. But we'll go ahead and get started. We can always talk more about this stuff when we're up in the air. So first things first. Now, what did I just mention? We have to turn this fuel lever to left. So as you can see here, I turn that to left fuel tank. Of course, now if you look at the... let me know, by the way, if this camera stops working on the Bravo Throttle Quadrant, please send a message in chat, because I had this last stream. This actually, the camera froze up. It's very finicky. If I hit the wire on it, the USB cable, it tends to sometimes lock up in OBS for whatever reason. I haven't figured that one out yet. And it's not the cable. The cable isn't bad. I tested in Windows, it's fine. But for some reason, OBS, it just stops. So let me know if it stops, but we got to go ahead now, see how we can manipulate that lever, the mixture lever. So we have to have that on full before we try to start the aircraft. Once that's up, we got to give a little bit of throttle. Of course, we want to make sure that our... And this gets a little finicky too, but we want to make sure that the parking brake is on, right? Or we're going to start rolling right into that building as soon as we light the aircraft up. So we're going to open the door. Got to click on the little window there, not door, window. Clear. We always wanted to yell out clear, make sure nobody's around. And then you can't see my Alpha Flight Controls SimFans, but it does have a magneto switch here. And as you can see on the aircraft, it does turn that as well. So we're going to start up the aircraft. But first, we got to turn on the battery, right? It's not going to go far without that. All right, and I'm going to switch over to my headset here so I can hear. And we are using Track IR today, SimFans, as always. I always use Track. I've been using this for years. Been using it for years, and if you have not checked it out, I highly recommend it. It's a nice addition to your simming gear. It's a must-have in my opinion. And so I've got a joystick basically set to it so I can look around the aircraft, as you see there. Okay, let's go outside. So that guy's like ready for us to take off. But before we do, let's just check the weather and the active runway. And we're going to head to the south, so we're going to choose 6.
San Jose Ground Golf, Bravo Golf Kilo Uniform, with Alpha request taxi for takeoff south departure.
Golf, Bravo Golf Kilo Uniform, taxi to and hold short of runway 12 right using taxiway Zulu Lima cross runway 12 left Lima. Contact tower on 124.0 when ready.
Alright, so acknowledge that. 12 right.
And hold short runway 12 right via taxiway Zulu Lima cross runway 12 left Lima Golf Kilo Uniform.
Alright, so then we're going to go over to our selector here on the Bravo Throttle Quadrant, and we'll get our heading bug 212. And then you notice I have the map here. So essentially we got to taxi back, and we will get to 12. All right, SimFans, I think we're ready to rock and roll out of here. Another thing before I forget, want to do is I still need to map some of my views here. So our desired track, as we look over here at our GPS, we're going to hit CDI to set it to GPS. And as we can see, our desired track is 135, so 135 degrees. So essentially southeast, and then I'm going to switch my quadrant over here, the selector, to my course line, and then I'm going to get it approximate one. So that's pretty good, because we're going to take off a runway 12 right, so we will be able to track basically right away, SimFans, our course line. So good stuff there. All right, now let's see if I can't get us taxied and get this aircraft turned around without hitting the building there. And some reason I've noticed that the Aero aircraft, it's a little finicky when I've mapped this switch, rocker switch here, and there, see, it goes up, and then I set it down. Let's see if it goes to there. Nope, see, that goes up. Yeah, I still haven't gotten that figured out. If I, oh, good God, see, there it goes. Oh, are we gonna be able to get out of this? I don't know, bear with me, this ought to be interesting. I don't know if I can make it around this, we'll see. A lot of right brake. Ooh, SimFans, that's close. We're gonna run that guy over with our prop. We'll try to clear him, he'll duck under our wing maybe. Well, that was too close for comfort. That almost started off horribly, didn't it? Alright. And okay, so we got 12 right, so we're going to go right here, and we can look at our map. And you know, it's kind of interesting. I think ATC, like ground and that, still needs some work. Just simply for the fact that we would probably be taking off a 1-2 left, not 1-2 right. But that's fine. We'll take off from 1-2 left. All right. We can probably close our little window there. As I put the little latch over top of it. Boy, the frame rates, I don't know what's going on here, but the frame rates are just absolutely terrible right now. I did upgrade my GeForce, my NVIDIA drivers, so I wonder, I should have went it back in and checked to make sure it didn't reset stuff there. We might need to check that once we are underway here. All right, and we want to put in 1 notch of flaps, so we'll click that down, and that'll bring that lever up. Scenery, as you can tell, is absolutely gorgeous, though. Not great for the frame rates, at least on my system. Maybe you have a faster system that it would be just fine on. Again, I need to check the graphics settings because I have a feeling that when I updated the NVIDIA drivers, the GeForce Experience might have reset some of my settings. And I have a video of that, by the way. Initially, I thought it was maybe Microsoft and Lobo resetting my graphics settings, and some of you said, no, it's the GeForce Experience app, and well, lo and behold, it's exactly what it ended up being. Is I've got an NVIDIA card, and so if you have an NVIDIA card and you're not already aware of it, when you update the drivers, if you launch GeForce Experience, you may find that your graphics settings have changed, so do check that out. And we're not going to go all the way to the end here. It's not like we're flying a large Airbus or Boeing, so we're going to go to this intersection right here. And we're just going to, SimFans, we're just going to take 1-2 left. We won't cross this runway just to take off a 1-2 right. We don't care what ATC says. For this flight anyway, at the strobes, and some of these switches do not work, so you end up having to go in here. And the beauty of Track IR, you can see all this, and usually you turn your fuel pump on when you go to take off. Alright, everything's on. Landing light, turn on, rotating beacon. And actually, I'm going to turn the mixture down a little bit. Should have done this before. But we want to get our nav lights on, so we'll jump out and make sure we got everything on here. So as we can see, we've got green right wing nav light on. I don't really see that our landing light's on. We've got that on. Do we have our strobes working? So that all is good. Turn the landing light on here. Or maybe it's just too bright out, maybe, that we can't see it, but we'll assume it's on. Okay. Should be on. Yep, it's on. Okay, must just be the angle that light's at. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and take off, fans. Here we go. Clear to the left and clear to the right, and we do have our flaps in 1 notch, so we're ready to rock and roll on out of here. Also seeing maybe a little bit of an artifact there, which is kind of interesting. All right, here we go. About 60 knots, we'll start rotating. Rotate. Positive rate, we'll go over to the Bravo throttle quadrant, turn the landing gear up. There they go. And we're getting in trouble already with ATC because we weren't clear for takeoff. One of the beauties of simming. And we're almost like lined up already, fans, for this course line. About 400 feet above ground level, we'll take out that notch of flaps. And we should really see the frame rates, thanks for bearing with me, we should see the frame rates improving as soon as we get climbed out of the scenery here. Again, it's scenery by Orbx. It is, I think it's around $20, and it is really nice scenery. I'm really looking forward to getting my new computer built so I can actually run it at a decent frame rate. But So we're above 400 clearly ground, so ground altitude. So we'll take out that notch of flaps. You can see the buildings are really rendered nicely, and the highway, freeway there. Love the mountains off in the distance. I mean, does it get any better than this, folks? Gotta love what Shark AI has done with this scenery. The satellite imagery and making 3D buildings out of it has been pretty amazing. So I'm going to show you something as soon as we kind of get on course here. We'll turn on the autopilot here in a moment. Look at that scenery, folks. There's beautiful San Jose. You can see all the buildings. All those are right around that surrounding area with the downtown San Jose. That is custom buildings in that done by Orbx. So very good. See, we're a little bit off that course line down here. If we look at a horizontal situational indicator, or HSI for short, we know we need to bank a little bit. And so we're going to engage the autopilot. So we just hit that main button there. That should engage the autopilot. Next thing we want to do is, if we engage the heading, it's going to start turning to the left. Now that's a little bit different than the Carenado. Carenado will actually set the heading bug, and I think it might be based on how the aircraft system works. But as you can see, now we're going to continue off course, because if we look at our horizontal situational indicator here, this is our course line that's just off to the right. So we want to get that course line to be lined right up together with that arrow in the back of that arrow. So we could simply do here is on the Bravo Throttle Quadrant, or whatever you have, and you can map your keyboard to the same kind of mappings. But we're going to hit NAV for nav. And now we're going to see our aircraft is going to turn bank back to the right. And what it's going to do is it's going to get on that course line, center that course line automatically for us. And so it's going to go get that arrow at the top there at about 45 degrees, as you can see there, off to our left. And as we approach the course line, you'll notice that that yellow line will match up with the arrow. Probably take a little bit of RPMs out and a little mixture out as we're climbing out here. Another thing I like is we can actually set our vertical speed, and then do our, I gotta switch this to vertical speed. I always forget to do that. And then we can move that dial up, and notice our vertical speed indicator will go up. It goes in hundreds of feet per minute. So there's a little dial here, and you can see each click is 100 feet. And let's see, we've got nav and vertical speed on. So important thing is, you can see, you want to switch the mode selector on your Honeycomb Bravo Throttle Quadrant first, and then you can manipulate the setting with that dial. So pretty nice piece of hardware. $250. I'm telling you what, SimFans, you cannot go wrong with the Honeycomb Bravo Throttle Quadrant, if, of course, you can get your hands on one. I know many of you that have joined me for these flights have mentioned you have them on order and are waiting to get them. I know many of you have been frustrated that you haven't been able to get a hold of one and order it. And understand, it gets frustrating, but Honeycomb did make an announcement that they are continuing ramping up production. They've had some delays, like everywhere, with shipping and things like that, and of course parts and supply chain stuff. And so hopefully they will have those available if you haven't been able to order one yet, or if you have ordered one, hopefully it'll be coming to you soon. I would say be patient, but I get it. How can I say be patient when I have one, right? So I won't say be patient. So cheers to all of you SimFans. Again, thank you for joining me for this flight tonight. I think it's going to be around 2 hours, maybe a little over 2 hours. I figured it last night with the hops and stuff. Of course, we're going to have stops, so it'll be longer than that, but the actual flight time, somewhere around there by the time all is said and done. And now our aircraft is going to bank to the left, and I'm not doing anything. It's just the magic of autopilot, right? Loving that scenery. Loving that scenery, SimFans, for sure. And by the way, for some of you diehard fans, if you don't want to like exit out of the aircraft and see your airspeed indicator and your compass and your engine RPMs, all these gauges here, those can be configured and turned off. So no worries there. Many of you probably have already done that. I like to leave them on because, yeah, I mean, it illustrates what the systems are doing for the SimFans that fly with me. So it's kind of an easier thing to read. So we go down here. Another thing is like we want to get this mixture cleaned up a bit. So watch what happens as the fuel flow and the manifold pressure and you can even see the RPMs. They may speed up in that as we kind of clean this up. See how it goes back up a little bit, so I kind of get it to about a middle state there. And manifold, we can probably pull a little bit out, maybe about 12 hours still climbing, so we'll stay at 2,500 RPMs. And then you may ask, well, SimFanatic, how high are we climbing to? How do we know how high we need to go to altitude to be able to safely get across these mountains as we're flying on the west coast of California? And guess what? I'm going to show you. And I have showed you this before, so for some of you, I've brought this up. But so a couple nifty utilities that I use for every flight practically. One is AirNav, and that will give you information on the airports that you visit. So, for example, we're going to Santa Barbara. FAA identifier, SBA, as we had seen in our GPS. And we can get all kinds of things. This isn't really all that important to me other than this right here. It's about probably the most useful piece of information I will see on this, knowing that it is 13.4 feet above mean sea level. So that's the elevation of the airport. So practically at sea level. Why is that important? Because when you enter, especially on a VFR, which we're flying tonight, SimFans, if we're flying IFR, if you flew with me on my X-Plane Zibo 737 route, we did our SIDS and we did our stars for approaches and arrivals, or I should say departures and arrivals, pardon me. So IFR, yeah, you do need to worry about elevation of the airport, but really with VFR, you're really looking at that to know what you're going to need to come in at pattern altitude, and typically pattern altitude is simply just 1,000 feet above the ground. So 1,014 in this case. I typically round to the nearest 100 feet. I'm not that accurate. I'm not flying a FA-18 to land on a carrier or anything like that. So I pretty much we'll just expect 1,000 feet when we come in for the landing here. And there's some other information that you can get. Obviously, you can tell if it's air traffic control, the different hours, the CTAF frequency, ATIS. This would be or ASOS for the weather that you could tune in. Here's our runways. You can even go to download PDF, and I like this too because you can zoom in and kind of rotate that clockwise to get a good idea of the airport, so you can see where your parking is for the FBOs and where the terminals are for the big birds, and your different runways here. Your links, 6,000 by 150, 150 feet wide, 6,052 feet long. Notice that this runway is not as wide. It's basically half the width, so that's what that's telling you. By the way, you can also get elevation information off of these charts as well. And if you've seen all this before, we'll just consider it review. We probably use this all the time as well. But not all of us are always doing this stuff, so I like to show it. So I mentioned, how do you know what your minimum safe altitude should be on a VFR flight as we're flying here? And hopefully everybody can see this. So this is a free utility as well, skyvector.com. And so you can put your departure ICAO code like we did here, which was San Jose. And then our destination is Santa Barbara. And once you plug that in, SkyVector will show you a route, it'll show you the degrees and how many nautical miles it is. So we got 203 nautical miles at 136 degrees. So again, southeast, as you can see. What we're looking at for minimum safe altitude is, and this is in real life, SimFans, so when you're looking at this stuff, this is a real VFR chart. Yes, this is what you use in real life as a real pilot. Use it as simming as well, because that's the point, right? So look for these. See these blue numbers? So the bigger number is thousands of feet. The smaller number is hundreds of feet. So we know here we need to be at least at 3,900 feet to have safe passage through with any kind of obstacle. Now that doesn't necessarily mean that that's how high the hills or mountains are. It could even include maybe a lot of times the mountainous areas. They'll put radio towers on top of there, and maybe that radio tower is 150 feet or more tall. And so it'll include that. So that is your minimum safe altitude to clear any obstacle or obstruction in your flight path. And so over here, we know we got 4,300 feet, and we're kind of skating right between the two. So I just kind of look, and for all intents and purposes, I try to find like what's the one that's the highest, and then I fly above that. VFR flight is always going to be plus 500 feet if you're on a right heading, as we are here, to get to our destination. You're going to fly an odd altitude, and then if you're going left, you'll fly an even plus 500 on both of those. So as you can see, there's 62 right here, so we're going to want to go at least 7,500 feet. Does that make sense? So we want to go at least 7,500 feet to our destination, and that can, I think would be fine not doing that, because that's probably these mountains over here that are really but because these are in sectors. But just wanted to show that really quick. And we're probably well above that, because I've been rattling on and on talking, which I often do, and then I forget crap. And then it's like I ran the left tank out of gas because I was just rambling on. You don't want to do that, obviously. But we figured it out really fast. It just switched the tank, and the engine's fired right back up. But anyway, I want to show that really quick. And oh yeah, look at this. We are already, this thing just performing so well. We're right at 9,000 feet, SimFans, so we're going to go up to 9,500 feet, at which point we will hit the altitude mode selector on our Honeycomb Bravo throttle quadrant, so we can level out at that. And this, I'll tell you what, the more I fly this Piper Aero aircraft, the more I like it. The more I get the feel that it really takes into account some of the gyroscopic things that happen with the instruments and the engine. Certainly the flight model and some of the winds and it kind of banking and that, it does feel, it feels fairly good, in terms of what it would really feel like if we were in this aircraft. I have flown the Aero several times. I learned on the Warrior, which is pretty much an Aero without retractable landing gear and a variable pitch propeller, and of course not quite the engine as this has in it. Okay, so we're at about 9,500 feet, so I'm going to go ahead and hit the altitude button, and I will just see that the aircraft will level out. Of course, we want to pay attention to our RPMs and our speed and all that good stuff when we're flying at this altitude. But there's the beautiful Pacific Ocean. So we know we're going to be in good shape, SimFans, now, because we've got plenty of altitude, and we locked her in pretty much right at 9,500. So now I'm just going to clean this up a little bit in terms of the mixture. Still not getting the best frame rates. I bet that upgrade or the update of the graphics drivers did something with my graphics settings, so we'll have to check it. So we can drop the RPMs down, just the propeller RPM, and then we are also going to maybe pull a little throttle out, but we're also going to see if we can't get the mixture adjusted here. And so, right about where it's starting to switch on us, so we're probably at a good rate here of fuel consumption. Beautiful. Other thing, notice the beacon light here. This is what I love. The beacon light, it's not overly exaggerated. You know, we're flying at, oh, I don't know. What time was it? Got a clock in here somewhere. I think it's over here. No, that's not. That's altimeter. Should know where the clock is on this thing. Thought there was a clock on this. You end up flying so many of these aircraft, you kind of lose track. We can go here. 12:41. So we're at 12:41. So yeah, at this point in time, you know, you're going to have quite a bit of light, and so as you can tell, our beacon isn't like overly. The thing that drove me nuts about X-Plane, and it does. I think some of the aircraft might do it in Flight Simulator here too, Microsoft, but I haven't noticed it as bad. But this is one of the things that Just Flight noted that they were developing when they were doing the navigation lights. They were going to make them realistic, and that's pretty realistic. You wouldn't see like this big starburst. You ever see that? You know, some of you that are X-Plane, you're with me, right? You get the aircraft and it's like this big, huge, in the middle of the day like we are today, and it looks like it could light up the entire west coast of California off a beacon light. Not so realistic. But Just Flight definitely had put development time into making, I don't know how much, you know, maybe that didn't take long, but that was one of the highlights they had for this aircraft when it was released, or even before it was released. So I do like that effect. It's a wonderful effect. So if you want to know how far we have, easily go over to our GPS. And what I like about this aircraft too, for some of you die-hard sim fans or pilots, you know, if you want to fly VOR the entire way and do nothing but steam gauges and turn off the GPS, you can do that. But if we go over here, again, I got to get some of my view controls mapped out. So we've got KSBA, KSJC, distance is 172 nautical miles, and this will be, by the way, the longest stretch, fans. This is the longest stretch, and once we get to Santa Barbara, it's going to be quick hops. It's going to be like 15-20 minutes. We're going to be flying into the payware scenery airports, hopping around for like that last 45 minutes or so, maybe hour, just hopping from one airport to another doing touch and goes. But so anyway, this is where we can tell. So it says right now we're approximately 1 hour and 26 minutes away from our destination. So thinking like, what is this right here? Is that some sort of seam or stitching that's bad? No, it's the shadow effect off the ADF antenna right here. You can see it. There's this wire right here. That's actually an antenna for the ADF navigation dial. So if you're wondering what that is, this right here. Okay. Yeah. So again, thank you all for joining me. Any questions, please throw them in chat. I'd love to answer them. But if you want to just hang out and enjoy the view and the gorgeous Microsoft Flight Simulator and the gorgeous Just Flight PIPER Aero 3 aircraft, by all means, we can just chill and enjoy the flight on this wonderful Thursday evening. I can say this: if you have not purchased, if you're into general aviation, if there's one aircraft to purchase, I would definitely say this would be the one to spend your money on. It's not cheap. It's $45 US. And, you know, I still need to do a review of this aircraft. I think I'm about there. I've been taking notes about the good and some of the things that could be improved, and just some notes just in different things to be aware of with it. And I know when I did my first stream with this aircraft, I almost said, yeah, I'd recommend it for 45. And I'm going to hesitate because I hadn't had a lot of hours in it yet. And as you can see, let's go back in here and look at the Hobbs meter. You know, I've only got roughly, you know, five hours maybe approaching 6 on it, but you know, so I still don't have a lot of hours in it, but I will say, you know, having flown the real thing, and now flying it in Microsoft Flight Simulator, you know, 5-6 hours, I definitely would say I would recommend it. I'd recommend it, even at $45. So yeah, we're at 6. So I'm at 6.1 hours. That's what I've flown this thing, and I don't know. You know, that might not be a fair enough time in it to really recommend it. But I've flown lots of hours in the real thing, and I think I would recommend this at the 45. I mean, if it was like the other, like Coronado for 30 or 25, I'd be like, no brainer, slam dunk, buy it now, go get it. But I think even at $45, I would definitely recommend it. Certainly, if you're into GA aircraft, I think it's the best general aviation aircraft to date. So, by the way, have any of you checked out the new CRJ 550-700 model that was just released on Tuesday from Aerosoft? That, for you commercial pilots and ones that love IFR, that looks to be a great aircraft. I do have it. I have not had a chance to really dig into that one yet. Busy week at work and family stuff, so I haven't dug into it. I have purchased it, I have downloaded, installed it, and I've taken it for a test flight. But I know some simmers get out there and they get early access to it, and there's some good reviews, some not so good reviews. I think I want to take some time and really working through the aircraft before I throw a review out there, because it's not something like this one I want to rush on, because I really want to give you my honest opinion. I don't want to just say this is the best aircraft ever and then it ends up not being, and that takes time. So, but do watch for that. I do have it if you're interested. Again, I'm hoping I'll get the review of this aircraft, a full review that isn't a stream but just a regular video post out there within the next week or two. But I'll just tell you right now, if you buy it, I don't think you'll be disappointed. A lot of these background noises too, if you can hear them, you know, between the engine, the airflow. See, we got the texture on the windows. I should have my seatbelt on, huh? I don't think you can actually put that on. See if I can go to the back here. So we can go to our back and we'll shift the center of gravity, and not really. Just like look around here. Can continue to go back. And maximum baggage 200 pounds. So, yeah, pretty nice aircraft, if I do say so myself. Take a look at, you know, they've done a great job underneath this. Now you've got some of the oil coming off here, oil spots. You know, some, you know, oil leaks and stuff like that over time. That just happens. The aircraft gets dirty. You know, they've got all the rivets there and the ribs underneath the fuselage. Looks really good. I think it's kind of neat that they did even like the Piper, Arrow, and Warrior. They have these little vents for the wing. If you can see them there. So you got these little mesh vents. They did a good job on that. PBR reflections, those textures, definitely looking good. Love seeing those reflections off of that. I mean, look at the aileron. Oh, God, that looks good. You know, we're going a little closer here. You know, all these lines, these panels and that to the rivets, every single rivet, if you want, we can have a little fun counting them. Yeah, we won't do that, right? And then this black, it's basically like sandpaper or grit, so you get traction so you don't fall on your butt when you're getting in and out of the aircraft when it's raining and that sort of thing. So yeah, they really have detailed this thing out beautifully. Stabilator, called a stabilator, not an elevator. So why is it called a stabilator? Well, these aircraft, this whole thing pitches up and down right here. That's why it's called a stabilator, not an elevator. You see the Cessnas, you fly the Cessnas, those are elevators. This is a stabilator. This whole airfoil on the back raises and lowers to pitch the aircraft. And then this this panel right from here to here, when you actually do your trim wheel, this goes up slightly or down slightly, so that's where you get your trim effect. But yeah, I'd have to say that they really have done a great job in modeling this aircraft. It's just a gorgeous plane, even down to the exhaust, to, I didn't show you this, but even to get access to the oil panel right there, that actually does flip up. And so you can add your oil before you take off, or check your oil at least. But yeah, great job by Just Flight. You know, the thing about Carenado, I mean, Carenado, I have mixed feelings, SimFans, about Carenado. I think actually the aircraft so far, I don't have the 182, the Cessna 182. They have a 182 in the sim market. They've got the PA-44. I actually love that plane. When I started streaming and doing YouTube content starting late December, so I'm relatively new to this, but I really like the PA-44 Piper Seminole for a twin engine piston airplane. I think it looks gorgeous, and it actually doesn't fly too bad either. One thing that I will always test when I buy any aircraft, you know, being a real pilot, the one thing a lot of people that may not be aware, and a lot of simmers are aware of this, so don't get me wrong, but you know, one thing, if you're coming in too high and you're on approach to landing, you can do what's called a side slip to a landing, and essentially you're turning your fuselage into the wind, trying to create as much drag as you can to bleed off your airspeed. Because you ever notice if you're coming in a high and you're pushing the nose down, even if you pull all the throttle out and you're just still gaining airspeed, and then you end up pulling up right at the end and you're floating all the way halfway down the runway. So a little tip for you, and I'll demonstrate this maybe on one of these, because we got several touch and goes, but you'll want to, one of the best tools in any pilot's flight bag is a side slip to a landing. Well, here's the thing. A lot of times when these aircraft are developed and there's payware or freeware, they don't really model that very well. And so one of the things that I like to do, knowing, you know, how it works and how it feels and how you do the, you know, you have to put in some, if you're doing a side slip to the left, you need to put in, you know, some right rudder and down left aileron, and you really get a feel for how well done the flight model is for an airplane. And so I always like to try that on any aircraft that I'm flying, and that'll give me pretty much not everything I need to know, but how much has the developer of the aircraft really spent time in trying to accurately model the aircraft. And now, to be fair, I know that Microsoft and Lobo are still fine-tuning some of the flight dynamics within Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's going to keep evolving, and that's the beauty of this. They are continuously improving it, as you all know. It's not a once and done. It's going to continue to evolve and become a better simulator, a better world for these aircraft to be in. They constantly are providing SDK tools to the developers, and of course they change it, and then developers, like any of us, right, we get used to Excel or get used to Word or get used to Adobe products, and where's that button that I always click to do that function? Same thing with the development tools too. So they change and update the SDK tools or the code, and that for the developers, you know, then they got to switch and shift and pivot and learn it again too. So, and they've been doing a lot of that, is my understanding. I'm not a developer for Microsoft Flight Simulator. I was fortunate enough to be part of the alpha testers early on. As you know, they had several selection groups, but I think I got into the third selection group. I wasn't the very first, but I was part of the alpha testers and certainly gave my feedback on stuff. I've been doing flight simming, as some of you may know, since I was a kid. way back into the Sublogic days, Commodore 64. Yeah, I really like the fact that Asobo's taking feedback. Speaking of developers, I'm still kind of concerned about these frame rates, so if you ever want to figure out, and you might know this already, and if you joined my stream last time I showed it, but I often get, the Sim Fanatic, how do I show FPS in Flight Simulator? And there's multiple ways to do it. Of course, you can use Fraps, F-R-A-P-S. It's a free download, and it'll overlay just the frame rates. You can also, if you have a GeForce card, and I think AMD cards have a similar thing, but there's an overlay that you can enable frame rate display. But be careful of those, because at least for the NVIDIA one, it can impact your frame rates in itself just by having that on. But Microsoft Flight Simulator actually has built-in frame rate counter. I still don't think that the frame rates are quite where they were before I did the driver update. So if you bear with me, I'm gonna pause the sim for a second to show you how you can get that to come up. So if you go to your general, and right here in general, I'm gonna check this too and kind of see TAA. That definitely is a must. Terrain vector data. Yeah, that seems like what I had before. Texture resolution, medium, anisotropic filtering. Ooh, that's turned off. That definitely got reset, because I normally have that. I usually have that at 4. Texture super sampling, definitely have that at least at 2x2. If you ever get those blurry lines when you're coming into a runway, that'll fix that. And it has very minimal, hopefully I didn't just kill my, okay, good. I hit the cable there, so I always worry about that. Most of this looks the same. I don't know. Maybe the last update for Flight Simulator, the Sim Update 3 or whatever it was, maybe that did something. I don't know. Haven't flown all week. So, but anyway, I wanted to show you how you can turn on the frame rate. So if you go to this Developers tab, again on General, if you go to Developers, if you click that on, you'll get this menu up here. It's kind of like if you're in Word or Excel. And you'll have options. If you click on options, you can go to display FPS. Yeah, see, that's terrible. Look at that, 22, 23. Boy, I don't know what's going on. So if you hit apply and go back and resume. Yeah, that's, okay, it's going up a little bit here, 34, 35. I suppose that's, well, that's definitely acceptable, right? I mean, but what I like about this, as opposed to any of your fraps or the overlays that I mentioned, like with NVIDIA, maybe AMD, is the fact that with the built-in one for Flight Simulator, it shouldn't impact the frame rates by having it there. And you get more information, like, say right now we have limited by main thread, so our CPU is really the limitation right now. Our main CPU core is our limiting factor, and it'll show you that. Our GPU is in yellow, it's not in red. Red is usually what the bottleneck is. If you ever want to easily find out what your bottleneck is on your computer, I like the built-in one, SimFans, because it's going to give you so much more information than any fraps or NVIDIA overlay will do. It won't tell you what's bottlenecking. Now, you're going to say, well, couldn't I just look at Device Manager and Performance tab? Yeah, you could. But, you have that window open and that. This is just nice to have that right there and see, what is causing your bottleneck and how are you doing on the frames per second. So hopefully that's helpful. I get asked that quite a bit. How do you enable FPS in Microsoft? And to be honest, I didn't know right away, and I had to end up Googling it and finding out where is that located. Yeah, enable the developers menu at the top there, and you can get in that dev mode and get it to show. By the way, if you like what you see, if you like the content, please, if you haven't already, I see some of you already done that. Thank you so much. Smash that thumbs up button. Do a like, subscribe if you haven't already. Trying to build a channel, and of course, without you, I cannot do that. And I do appreciate all of you that have watched the content and liked it and subscribed and even given me constructive criticism. I don't mind that at all. Like I said, I've just started this since December. I'm already up to 400, and I think when I last checked, 434 subscribers, and I appreciate every single one of you that subscribe. I do this for the love of simming. I've done it all my life. I'm a real pilot. I love flying. I love aviation. My channel's not just simming, aviation, by the way. I have a few iRacing videos. I haven't done a lot of that yet. if any of you like American Truck Simulator, I've got that. Do plan on doing that, a few videos, live streams on that as well. But yeah, hardware reviews, software reviews, that's what it's all about. Let me spend my money and let me do a review and let you know what I think before you spend yours. How about that? But cheers to all of you Sim fans. Again, thank you for joining me. I realize that probably most of you, if not all of you, have to work tomorrow early. It's actually spring break here. I live in Iowa. And you know, we got 2 kids, and you know, of course, my wife and I, we've been working all week, and we didn't go anywhere because of this whole COVID pandemic thing. I know many people are going, and that's just, you know, hey, to each their own, I say. But I think the kids are getting a little stir crazy, so I'm actually taking the day off tomorrow. We could probably figure something out to do something at least for one day out of the week. Yeah, we're great. But so I do appreciate all of you joining me tonight. Cheers to all of you. By the way, I plan on doing a stream this Saturday, and I really wanted to all of us to take the new Aerosoft CRJ aircraft up for a spin, do a flight somewhere. I don't think I'm going to be ready. You know, if I can, you know, doing the family thing like I mentioned tomorrow, I don't think I'm going to have much time to really get into that aircraft and completely figure out everything. I do have the CRJ-200 in X-Plane, you know, so it is similar, but, you know, there's things that are different, and it's a whole different simulator. So before I make a fool of myself flying it around, I want to make sure I at least to some degree know what the heck I'm doing. So, but do watch for that. So Saturday, I probably won't do the CRJ. I might either do this aircraft, or if any of you want to make a suggestion, you know, I could do any of the built-in ones that come with Flight Simulator Standard Edition. I do have it by Xbox Game Pass. If you don't have Microsoft Flight Simulator, I would advise you to get Xbox Game Pass trial. I think that still can be purchased for $1 for a month. You can install it and see if you like it, if it performs well on your system. But yeah, recommend you know, any kind of aircraft if you want. I'll at least at the standard version. I do have this aircraft, obviously, the PA-44 as I mentioned. Oh, and I forgot to mention this. I have the M20R Ovation from Coronado, which I think is a decent aircraft. I do like it. I think if I were going to choose between the PA-44 and the M20 Ovation, I would choose the twin engine because it's just fun to do twin. I think it's probably partly because I have the Bravo Throttle Quadrant, and it's just more levers to push, right? Just more fun. More fun to have more levers I can manipulate, yeah! So, that's probably why I like between the two that. I mean, the M20R does, I think, perform better than the PA-44, but they're both fun aircraft to fly, and they're beautifully rendered. So, yeah, if there's maybe an aircraft, any of those you want me to fly, or maybe, you know, what else we got? We got the 172, the 152. We've got the, the Grand Caravan, right? We got that. We got the Citation Jet. We got the 747. I could do like all the, you know, 4 engines on it, but we'll see what the CRJ's like, because there's just something about it, like the 747 not having a true FMS. Like really deep integrated FMS. If I'm going to fly a 737 or a 747 or the Airbus, like the Tullus A319, if you have it for X-Plane, I want to fly an aircraft that's, if not study level, close to it, and has like a deep FMS. I think that's, for me, is half the fun, and that's what I'm excited about learning with the CRJ that just came out from Aerosoft, is that it does have you know, at least a it's not called an FMS, but it has basically a flight management computer, and so I'm looking forward to working with that and seeing how well Aerosoft has done with it. I heard they've done well with it. By the way, the CRJ from Aerosoft, you can buy it in the marketplace. I did buy it in the marketplace, and I think I might actually regret that I did that, and I'll tell you why in a moment. But you can obviously buy it directly from Aerosoft's site. It's the same price, and I've gone through before, like, look at the frame rates. Well, probably what it's doing right now is loading, yep, and I'm looking at my external Western Digital black drive, and it's going right now, so good with the bad, we can stream our scenery, which I'd rather do than use Ortho for XP, something like that, where I have to have all the storage. Anyway, sorry, I'm rambling on, which I tend to do. Where was I? But yeah, so, you know, I'd rather have like close to a steady level. If I'm going to fly an IFR flight and I'm going to do the big jets, I want to do the SIDS, I want to do the stars, I want to do the IFR flight plan, I want to do the ILS approaches or the VNAV approaches. If I sound like mumbo jumbo and you're not understanding what I'm saying there, don't worry about it. Just get into a VFR plane like this and have fun, fly if you have to. Don't be ashamed if you have to use the map. A lot of people do it. Let's scroll out here so we know we're on track here. Nothing wrong with it, whatever, my sim friends. Simming is really should be for everybody. What I love about this is we're going to have die-hard fans, die-hard year-long simmers like myself. We're going to have people that just got into it and may not even know how to get it going. Kind of like I'll pick on Dr. Disrespect if you ever see him. He was taken off of a grass strip with a CRJ, not a CRJ, a Citation jet, Cessna. And he was doing pretty much everything he could do wrong. First of all, he was trying to fly it with a keyboard because his controller wasn't working. I think he had a PS4 controller. But it was really funny. It was good for a laugh. And so maybe he meant to do that. Who knows? He's obviously an FPS person, so I'm not going to ridicule him by any means. But it could be somebody that's like that just has gotten into flight simming, and maybe they don't have all the fancy controls. That's okay. There's no worries about that. You know, Microsoft Flight Simulator is coming out, for as many of you know, for the Xbox Series X. At first, when I heard about that, I was a little conflicted. Like, no, don't do that. Don't go to console, please. But you know, the more I've read and listened to interviews with the Sobo and thought about it, I think it's a good thing overall, because if it as long as Sobo stays true to what they said, and they have so far come through on this in every way. Like I said, I was an alpha tester, and I'm still seeing it to these days, and you are too. They are holding true to their dedication for the PC market. Now we'll see if that holds true. You know, time will tell, but I think they're going to hold true to us first. You know, they set out, they understood with that. You know, after that horrendous, what was it, Microsoft Flight? Huh. How many of you got that piece of hot garbage? That was bad. I was so excited, like, oh, Microsoft Flight, and boy, did they screw up on that one, because then everybody was like really kind of like hesitant when they heard that Microsoft Flight Simulator is coming back out. But I think Microsoft and Sobo did the right thing, because they waited till the E3 gaming. And when they released that trailer, if you saw it at that time, and you've been a long-time Microsoft Flight Simulator or just Sim fan, that was pretty exciting. But I think there was still a lot of skepticism on what would Microsoft and the Sobo do when it comes out. And I think we've seen, you know, it's not perfect. There's still a lot of areas to develop, but it's technology-wise, it is definitely with the times. X-Plane is, I love X-Plane. I always got to preface that, because you start talking about X-Plane and Microsoft, it's almost like religion or politics. You know, I do think that X-Plane's still a great simulator, just like I mentioned, great for IFR. I still do all my IFR flying when I do it in X-Plane. But we know it's getting long in the tooth. But hey, hats off to X-Plane, because they were the first to actually give us, you know, their platform, I should say, was the first to give us. They didn't give us Ortho 4XP, but their platform did. And so they had this real-life satellite imagery and terrain mesh before Microsoft Flight Simulator came out. Now, granted, in FS10 and Prepared, and even 2004, we still had some terrain and mesh. But I love the fact that Sobo has just built it into the simulator. What are your thoughts, fans? Are you Microsoft Flight Sim fans? Do you like X-Plane? Are you interested in Microsoft Flight Simulator? Are you long-time X-Plane or Prepared? Know that many of you fly Prepared. I think they're all, you know, they're all fun. They all have been advancing our entertainment and our ability to do this stuff, and so I don't think any of them should really be cut apart, honestly. If it wasn't for every single one of them, we wouldn't be where we're at today with this stuff. I had one of you ask, is there going to be an X-Plane 12? I think we have to assume so. I know Austin Meyer said that there is going to be another version. I don't know specifically if they're going to call it 12. I mean, I think given that they gone through the versions as numbers, yeah, I think we should suspect that the next version will be 12. I know that Austin himself, during an interview that I read, he mentioned that they're going to focus on weather. And boy, do they ever need to focus on weather. I have Active Sky for it. I know we're talking Microsoft Flight Simulator, but again, my channels are all simming. But yeah, you know, Microsoft, they, you know, speaking of Asobo and their latest news, they didn't get into too much detail. If any of you saw that, they had an interview on Twitch this past week. Maybe it was the week before. And they were asked about the weather system, you know, still having some faults and needing some things done. And yeah, they talked about they're going to put considerable more dedication to the weather system, which will be good because it needs some improvement. I don't think any of us will deny that fact, but I don't think it's, in terms of like the graphics, I think we can all agree that nobody can touch Microsoft Flight Simulator. I mean, nobody can. And it's amazing that Sobo's been able to get the clouds and the volumetric clouds and everything to perform that they do. I don't know how they do it. Honestly, I'm sure many of the developers on the other sides are wondering how they do it. Pretty amazing. But X-Plane still has Microsoft Flight Simulator, obviously, in terms of add-ons. Third-party aircraft, magnificent third-party aircraft, but now we got Piper Aero 3, we've got the CRJ from Aerosoft. You know, it's a matter of time, and Microsoft's going to have it too. Heard some stuff about PMDG. You know, I know some of you are PMDG fans. I love PMDG, like even back in the FS10 and Prepared, but it's always been so hard on frame rates, and it's just because it bottlenecks the CPU. There's just so much going on with the systems because they are study level, and so it's great. I mean, but I've purchased a PMDG aircraft and love them, but I've always had a hard time with my builds running them very well. I mean, I could run them if I was going out into a urban area. That would be all right. They'd run fine there, but forget trying to fly them into like LAX or New York City or anywhere like that. It would be like the dark ages for frame rates. It'd be like going back to the wire mesh of SubLogic, going to mixed field and flying into mixed field, and everything was two-dimensional. Boy, I'm really dating myself, aren't I? When I talk about that stuff. But yeah. How did we even, I mean, we were using keyboards, maybe even mice. No wonder it was so damn hard to fly on those. You couldn't fly on those. Come on, let's just face it. You're going 4 or 5 frames per second. How you can't. It's going to be way easier doing it in real life. This is an interesting thing from San Jose to Santa Barbara, because I've done another flight, the other direction, going from Santa Barbara to San Jose, and just really how flat some of the areas in California are, like right there. You got the fields and everything, and then just right off to the west, you've got all the mountains and that, but let's talk about the sounds. The Aero 3 and the sounds. I think they did a magnificent job with the sounds too. It sounds pretty realistic, One thing I love about X-Plane is that some of the aircraft, like the Zebo, the F-Mod sounds. Gosh, I've done reviews, and I'm trying to remember, is it the sound engine that they'll use for some of these aircraft. Is it Wise? I'm trying to remember now. But yeah, I think they did a really good job with the sounds on this plane. I'm trying to figure out, because that, yeah, the light is on. See, I think that's just because it's like middle of the day. That light's on. Let's go into the cockpit and turn it off. Probably turn our fuel pump off. Let's go ahead and check. Yeah, that definitely was on, wasn't it, SimFans? No doubt about it. That was on. What do you think, SimFans? Should we turn off the frame rate counter or leave it on? Sometimes I just kind of like having it on just so I can... You know, one thing I just thought of, I wonder if there's got to be a way, since that's running across there and it's doing a time lapse, it's got to be logged somewhere, I bet. It's got to be, right? Because we're in developer mode. I wonder where that log file is. I might have to check that and see. Because that might be kind of cool when you're doing like some performance tests and you want to like say, all right, maybe I've got my new processor or my new GPU or my old processor and an old GPU, or maybe I'm overclocking my build and I want to see the impact that it has. I'm sure that's logged. I about guarantee it's logged. If we're in developer mode, just have to see where that's at. So here's something that's kind of crazy. So, you know, like if you look right here, so, you know, I've got 32 gig of memory on my build, and this right now the CPU is using 6.5 gig. And you know, you often hear, well, oh, you got to have 32 gig to be able to run Microsoft Flight Simulator. I don't think that's true, based on everything I've seen while flying this. Certainly if you're doing like I'm doing right now, I'm running OBS and I'm running like multiple windows in the background and I'm streaming live. Obviously you want to have more memory if you're doing stuff like that. Look at our main thread right now. It is in the red. I'll tell you why that is. Our Western Digital black drive right now is spinning crazy because it's loading textures off of the distance. And I'll tell you about every time that you see that, that's what's going to be happening. Especially when it drops like that. But, and you know, like looking at our GPU, I mean, yeah, sure, it's kind of mostly yellow, like caution, but it's not in the red. I don't know if I've actually seen the GPU ever hit red yet. So, you know, it's pretty much staying under full utilization. Some might argue, why does it use 100%? And I think that's a valid question. I'm glad it doesn't, because, like, you know, when I wish there was a mode that we could turn it on and off to use 100%. And you can do that, by the way, within Windows itself. I thought about doing a video on trying to tweak everything you can. My system's 4.5 years old, and I'm still running this at medium. Well, you saw my graphics settings. For the most part, it's at medium. And I'm still running at a steady, what would you say, 30, 31 out here in the country, 32. That's not great. But, you know, if I turn down, like, the anti-aliasing, if I turn down, like, the textures, and I turn down some of the other graphic settings, I would easily be over 40-some with this build. But I think this is a good trade-off. The only thing that kind of stinks is when I get into, well, you saw it when we took off from San Jose. You know, when it starts getting down into the low 20s, it gets kind of annoying. Things start getting a bit choppy. I don't know, it's kind of nice to have that on. If anything, to confirm, yep, the frame rates are definitely crap. Yep, it's definitely performing like crap. Oh, it's confirmed by the FPS counter. Yep, it definitely is sucking. Let's see, how far are we from Santa Barbara, fans? Looks like we are at just about 102 miles from it. Let's see if we can't get this. Sometimes I like to adjust some of this stuff and see if we can't. We got pretty much cleaned up to where we needed it to be. Probably about as good a performance as we're going to get out of this bird. We're definitely not Chuck Yeager in a F4, are we? That's okay. Now, if you want, there are those jet aircraft out there. The F-15, the Goshawk, even some of the World War II birds. They're out there. So I've been saying this probably since maybe early February, mid-February. It's just like, hold on, SimFans, because even though we've gotten some crap aircraft out there, we're going to start seeing stuff just start coming out, and you know, we had to wait for the third-party developers to get used to those SDK tools and get their stuff created in Microsoft Flight Simulator. But I think we're going to continually see more and more aircraft coming out, which is exciting because we've seen. I love that there's scenery coming out and constantly coming out, but let's just face it. Let's see some aircraft. Love the scenery, but let's see some aircraft, and we're finally getting that. It's finally coming. Still at 9,500 feet. Still at standard pressure, 29.92. Well, let's go ahead and let's see what happens when we turn on live weather, shall we? And this is the other thing, as opposed to X-Plane. I know most of you, if not all of you, know, but the fact that you can change from day to night and you don't have to reload the textures is a magnificent thing. Is that still running? Yep, it's still running. Yeah, the other thing too is, like, you can turn on weather and it'll load weather into it, and you don't have to like reload all the weather, you know, for textures and that as well. So it's another neat thing. So not that X-Plane you really had to, because I mean, come to think of it, you could launch like Active Sky and you could change the weather in that, and it would reflect, but you'd always kind of have to pause it or switch out of it. But I just like the fact that you can go here, and so we're going to change it from clear skies. Let's see what our frame rates are right now. They're kind of suffering a little bit. They're at 29, 31. I am going to get that improved, SimFans. I will. I'm going to get a new system here soon. So I'm going to go to live weather. See, we can tell it already changed some things. And see, we didn't really have that much of an impact. Hear that wind? There's like the air density. You can hear it change. Got a little bit of that whistle to the aircraft. Notice it changed our altitude too. Now we actually will have winds aloft because it's not perfect, and we have some clouds now on the ground, and I mean that's just awesome. And it really didn't impact our frame rates. I mean, there's not like there's that many clouds, but you know, you can tell there's a little bit of a haze. And so now it's climbing us back to 9,500, and did it reset? Yeah, 10:15, so it's standard. I didn't get that changed, did I? I need to change that to inches for, since we're in the US, for standard pressure. Figured that would be right here, but I'm not seeing it. Guess I'm just missing it. Huh. Flight info, headwind. Oh, here we go. Headwind component 23 knots. So that's why it's taking us longer. We've got a right crosswind component of 3 knots. TAS is true airspeed 115 knots. That means it's what we're really, when you take into account of standard, you know, the different pressures and temperatures, it's our true airspeed. We're tracking at 139 and we're not drifting at all, and that's always a good thing. Shows us our fuel used, pressure, altitude, density, altitude. That's what that D alt stands for. And range, endurance endurance would be how much time do we have left in our tanks for fuel. Okay. Turn that off too if we want. I don't know, would that increase our frames? Not really. To be honest with you, I've always left that on. I think it might have. No, it didn't. Shoot. Can always hope. Can always hope. Yeah, hear the wind? So now that we've got the weather, live weather turned on, you can actually be quiet for a minute. You really hear that wind howl. Pretty neat. All right, SimFans, since we have a little bit of time here, I need to take a quick break, maybe 5 minutes tops. Please stick around. I do appreciate y'all hanging out with me this evening. You know, for a weekday night. Do appreciate it. Please stick around. Again, we're going to have some fun once we land in Santa Barbara. We're going to do, we might do a touch and go. We'll see how we feel, or we may do a break there too. And then we'll finish up with a bunch of touch and goes. Again, we'll be flying into Burbank. We'll be flying into Catalina, and we'll be stopping finally in San Diego after maybe we tour the city a little bit and check out the LatinVFR scenery. So do appreciate every one of you. Thank you for joining me, and stick around. I will get some tunes on for you. So we'll take a quick 5-minute break, and I'll be back with you. back with you, SimFans. Thank you for sticking around. Much appreciated. So if you're wondering what this weird thing is on my headset, turn that music down. It's actually a device called TrackIR, and I mentioned it at the beginning of the stream, so if you weren't with me right at the beginning, and I think some of you were, yeah, it's a must-have. Must-have. You can look all around your aircraft by using this marvelous piece of hardware, as I will demonstrate. So if I want to look to the left, I just slightly move my head to the left. If I want to look to the right, I just slightly move my head to the right. This is all configurable. If I even want to, I can even just turn my head, like I think I've got a program where it's like 45 degrees. I'm looking all the way behind me. I can look up and around, I can look down. And what I love is, you see me do this already, I can just move my head in closer and look at the controls and dials. So definitely love that. So definitely pick that up if you don't already have it. Definitely a must-have. Okay, so you say you want to get... This is just for looks, really. I've got a microphone over here. I mean, I use this for my gaming headset, obviously, but I'm not using it for this, so even though I pull it back here, you can still hear me just fine. Anyway, so let's say you want to turn off the FPS counter, so you just reverse what we did, right? So go to options. Something I want to show you, though, it's kind of weird. Like, you do this, so you uncheck that, so it goes away. You still have this menu here. So you'll have that menu until you go into General, and you go back to Developers, and you turn it off. Oh, it worked. See, sometimes that FPS counter, maybe they fixed that. It would come right back on. Simple reverse. If you want to turn that off. So we're getting pretty close, I think. How much farther do we have? I still got roughly 30 minutes here. 26, 25 minutes. We'll gain a little bit of time as we descend, though, of course. We can check our map here. Off. So as we can see, we've flown quite a ways. So let me switch over to SkyVector, to our chart again, so we can take a look at the VFR map. Go here. There we go. Okay, SimFans, so, you know, where are we at? Right around here somewhere, maybe? Out bump, or, yeah, it's probably about right. Right about here. So, you know, always when you're flying, you want to kind of check and see what's ahead of you, obviously. Especially, you know, I'm in the Midwest, and so Iowa, you really don't have to worry too much about mountains, right? You don't have to worry about hills either. unless you're like West Iowa, and you know it can be if you have your engine go out on you, you can get a little hilly there, but nothing like this terrain. So you know when we're coming in, we're going to have a descent profile, and I'll talk about how we'll calculate that if you care. And so you know I always like to try to look at this and be like, especially on a VFR flight like today, just kind of like know what kind of mountains or terrain we're going to be having in front of us. But you know, once we get past Vandenberg Air Force Base, you know, we're gonna basically be clear of any of this 5200, 7200, because you can see that this chart, it's all this yellow. The green is pretty flat, and so we're doing a straight in direct approach to Santa Barbara. So really, there's not really too much to be concerned about. And as we can see, you know, that's the pretty much the mountain. You're still seeing that, but let me get this off here. But you know, we just have pretty much just the mountainous area here, and we're going to start feeling some of that effect from the wind. That's one thing you probably have noticed. This, it's not something that I've ever noticed in X-Plane, not to the effect that it does in Microsoft Flight Simulators. Like you're in a general aviation aircraft, you get around the mountaintops, you can definitely feel the updrafts and upflows and downflows over the mountains. I've never flown in real life in mountainous terrain, but I can only imagine it's probably how it feels to some degree. I would never, ever, ever, and I'm probably a wimp for it. Call me wise or call me a wimp. I don't know. Either way, they both start with a W. So yeah, I've told my wife this. I would never ever fly over mountainous terrain in a single engine piston aircraft. Certainly nothing that wasn't turbocharged. And I definitely would want either a very, very reliable aircraft. Not to say that the Piper Arrow isn't, but I would not be flying over mountainous terrain myself, SimFans, with a Piper Arrow, but in real life, of course. I would want a twin engine. Not necessarily a twin engine always will get you out of a fix either, depending on how high you are and what the density altitude is, but not something that I would want to risk. Or going over a vast area of water, like not even necessarily the oceans, but we've got Lake Michigan and Lake Superior and all that. I wouldn't even want to risk going over one of those lakes in a single engine piston. Although, you know what, they are very safe. Safest mode of transportation, as you all know. I often have to tell people that are afraid to fly that, but something about flying over mountains and large masses of water with a single engine, maybe it's watching too many of those shows. You ever watch Air Disasters or what's the other one? It's something like I Shouldn't Be Alive, or and I'll watch some of those, and of course there's always air disasters. Obviously it's going to have aviation, but how often does that happen? It's still, you think of how many thousands of flights fly every single day, and millions of passengers that are flying, and when there's a commercial incident, we all hear about it. Like even just the engine failure on that was it a 767, 767, I think. Of course, we all heard about that, and they lost an engine, went on fire, and blew apart, and they landed that just fine. So I don't think any of us would argue, SimFans, that it is certainly the safest mode of transportation that you can have. But even so, where is? Yeah, there's a lot of boating accidents. So you look at overall, you go out in that open water in the seas. There's a lot of boating accidents. Never really thought about that. I wonder how many people die every year. Boy, what a morbid conversation I just led us into. Sorry. What a downer, Simfanatic. No, but seriously, I wonder, because they say flying is the safest mode of transportation, but it just kind of dawned on me. It's like, well, yeah, I wonder how many people that die on the sea every year. I know there's got to be a statistic on that. But you don't hear like cruise ships going down, other than like, you know, the Titanic, and sometimes the captain will be drunk or something and run it ashore or run it aground, but like most people still survive of those. I don't know. I never really thought about that until just talking about it out loud here. I suppose somebody could Google that. How many deaths in a year are by boating accidents or on the water versus in the air? Huh. Anyway, sorry for that morbid track train of thought, but yeah, you won't find me flying in a single engine aircraft over a massive amount of area that is mountainous terrain. Nope, not for me. Unless I have a, you know, turbocharged aircraft, turboprop or something like that, single engine that's highly reliable. I can go high altitude, so at least I know I'm at like pressurized cabin that's at like, you know, 25,000 plus feet, that I know I have a lot of gliding I can do to find a suitable location to land it if the engine went out. I'm not going to be flying a naturally aspirated single engine aircraft such as this, although this is turbocharged, I think. But anyway, not this close to the ground, not this close to the mountains. The engine goes out, just, you know, you're in big trouble. You don't have enough altitude to glide somewhere that's flat. Although around here, you know, in real life, you always are like kind of surveying the area with the thought in mind of like, if my engine were to fail, where would I land this thing? Appreciate you all being with me tonight. You're all awfully quiet. I haven't seen anyone in chat yet. Hopefully I'm not missing something. Maybe it's not working. But that's cool. That's fine. I mean, if you're just along for the ride, just checking out the channel, checking out the stream, I appreciate it. Please hit the smash up button if you haven't already, and do subscribe if you haven't. And just appreciate that you're all with me. That's all I care about. Flying with all of you. I did a trying to remember what it was. Was it this plane? I'm trying to remember. I think it was this plane. I was putting it through. Yes, it was this plane. I was putting it through. You can check out my recorded live stream from last Saturday night. It was a good one. It was fun. But I was really trying to see if this thing really stalled like the real thing. And I'll tell you, it's pretty close. It is pretty close. If you try to stall this thing, it is really hard to stall, and that's what you want in an aircraft, the stability in it. You can put that throttle all the way forward and pull the yoke back as hard as you can. You're not going to spin it. You're going to have a hard time. It's going to buff it and buff it and buff it, but it's going to be very hard to stall, and that's true to real life. And even on a power-off stall, where you pull all the throttle out, you can stall it, but it still takes a lot. I mean, let's put it this way. You have to try really hard to stall this aircraft. It is that stable. And that's true of the Warrior as well. And I can tell you from real life experience, that is the case. And I think Just Flight did a really good job in modeling the stall characteristics of this airplane. And originally, when I first took it out for a test flight, you know, I was mentioning I always test out the side slip to a landing to really see how far did the developers go with the flight model, or maybe not even that, but how good is the flight model in Microsoft Flight Simulator, or any simulator for that matter, for that fact. If you're flying on rails, it's not good. FS10, you know it. It was like flying on rails. It was cool. I mean, it was the best we had at that point. It was certainly better than X-Plane 9 or 8 or whatever it was when FS10 came out. But it still was like flying on rails. I still, even back with the X-Plane 8 and 9, I thought it was much better than Flight Simulator 10 at the time. But, you know, of course Flight Simulator had more add-ons. It had better graphics, and you know, if you could run the darn thing, At least Microsoft Flight Simulator, we can run it. It's not like when we had FS10 come out and it's like, pray to God that you could actually run it, even in the teens, you'd be ecstatic. Remember those days, for those of you that had FS10? Oh boy, that was horrible. That was horrific. I mean, it was like, yeah, cool, water that looks real. Reflections? Oh, not so cool. I'm running at 5 frames per second. But no, so anyway, so when I first tested this Piper Aero 3 from Just Flight, I did the side slip to landing, and initially I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if this is really characteristic, but then I tried it a few more times, and you know, I don't know if it was what's going on there. Definitely hear the wind. Oh, we got wind hitting us. Look at that. What it's doing to our airplane. It's moving it all over the place, SimFans. That's cool. That's a major wind going on. But anyway, yeah, so, but then I did it a few more times and like, wait a minute, this is actually feeling pretty realistic. I might take back the whole side slip to a landing not being very accurate. I still need to do more of them, mind you. And I do intend to run it through some more stall, spin. I'm going to try to get it into a spin. It's hard to get these things in a spin. Wow, hear that wind? That wind is just blasting us. Must be this canyon, all these mountains here. It's like the wind's running off of. Let's see, we could go into our airplane and kind of check out what's going on here. Turn that back on. Oh, we got a right crosswind component of 5 headwind. It's not that big a deal. It just sounds like it's a big deal. Our aircraft is moving around like it probably should, actually. How about this view? Listen to the wind. We got looks like a commercial flight up there. Right up here. That's the other thing that Sobo's working on, by the way. They're working on getting, apparently, now, don't quote me, but apparently they're working on licensing for the liveries for the major airlines across the world. The other thing that they're working on is, you know, they talked about the whole real flight schedule, and they do have part of that, but I still think that's suspect. I don't think I have it at 100%, so I can't say for sure, but I still have to believe, like when I go to some of these major airports and I'm seeing how lack of density for the aircraft that there are, I have to believe that they're still working on that, and I'm sure they're doing part of that to improve performance for many of us. But I feel like we're like skydiving right now. I'm in drone view, by the way. That's why we're up here. You know, we can switch that around and look down. We'll see our planes somewhere. I had this set. There we go. Had that set before we took off from San Jose. We're getting close. Getting close to Santa Barbara. Not an area you want to be in if your engine goes out. Although there's some spots there you could land. And I can see some like valleys here, you know. I've certainly seen worse areas. You could land right in here. We could coast to that. If I didn't want to have to restart the simulator because I crashed this, I'd even do like a simulated. That's an idea, SimFans. What do you think? I should do a stream sometime, like testing out different failures with the aircraft and get into some situations like this where we're like flying in mountainous areas and have engine go out or have high oil pressure. What do we do in that situation? Maybe a night flight where we're in mountainous terrain and all our alternator goes out and we're going to lose power. We see nothing. We're on a VFR flight. That might be some interesting stuff that we could do. So, like maybe I could come up with, and you could help me come up with some scenarios of emergency situations, and I could either do a video on it, but I think it'd be fun to do it with all of you and just do like a live thing, because, you know, posting a video is cool, but doing it live, you know, there's no editing. And so, yeah, that might be, I don't know, might have to do that. Might have to jot that down in the old notebook. real emergency situations. Maybe even we could like look at the old NTSB logs and look at like some previous disasters or emergency situations, and you know, maybe there's a storm where we have complete whiteout and we're low on fuel and we can't make it to we don't know where the airport is because we lost our orientation and our situational awareness. I don't know, we could come up with all kinds of stuff. Put my piloting skills to the test. Not have it like completely clear blue skies with some slight winds. What do you think, SimFans? Would that be worth doing? Would you watch that? Would you join me for something like that? Let's see. So, you know, let's take a look at our chart again. Yeah, so here's that lake, right? I know you can't see it now. So so here's the lake we're coming up on, and we know that the airport is just like southeast of that. So I'm gonna take this away, and we know there's our lake. So, you know, the airport would be just up there a bit. Right? Makes sense. Probably need to start thinking about descending. So what did I say? That if I remember right, the elevation was like 14 feet or 17 feet. Is that right, SimFans? Any of you remember? 14 or 17 feet. Let's take a look. What was it? 14 feet about, roughly. 13.4. Okay, so we've got to lose... We're at 95, so we got to lose like 8,500 feet, and we're how far? Oh, we better start descending. So, on our Bravo Throttle Quadrant, we are going to set our mode selector to vertical speed. I don't understand why they don't put a little white line here. It's so damn hard to see. I'm gonna like get some like model paint, I think, and just paint that sucker white. I can't see. Of course, I'm wearing sunglasses. There's a reason for this. Of course, it's part of the whole, you know, ambiance of doing this. But as you can see, I got reflection up here. I got some lights to cast light on me and my green screen back there. So the sunglasses actually serve a purpose. But so anyway, we're going to set it to vertical speed, and we're going to go ahead and start descending. Of course, I got to hit BS mode right here. That button, you can see it. Hopefully, you can see it. And here we go, starting to descend. Let's pull out some of the power. It's not descending, fans. What the hell is going on? Vertical speed. There we go. I guess I just had to hit it again. And so each click is 1,000. 1,000. Whew! It's getting late, isn't it? 100 feet per minute is each click, and as we can see at our vertical, we gotta watch our airspeed. Oh, we're fine. So we're descending at about 1,100. That'll be about right, because we got 6 minutes and 20 seconds. We got to lose roughly 8,000 feet. So that's probably, I'm gonna shallow this up a little bit. As we approach the beautiful city of Santa Barbara. Let's go ahead and call air traffic control and see what they want us. What runway do they want us to land on? 4 for Santa Barbara Municipal. It is tower controlled. Let's tune them in, fans. We're going to request a full stop. We'll take a little break.
Santa Barbara Tower Golf, Bravo Golf Kilo Uniform is 15 miles northwest with uniform to land.
Golf, Bravo Golf Kilo Uniform, Santa Barbara Tower. Make rest base runway 7. Altimeter tree 0.151227 at 7.
Thank you. So runway 7. So now we're going to set our mode selector to heading, because I want to set, and let me zoom in so you can all see this. I'm going to use the Honeycomb Bravo Throttle Quadrant to move that orange indicator. They said 7, right? So we're going to move that to 7, roughly 7 right there. I highly recommend that for all you sim fans, because then you just keep in mind when you're going into a pattern approach, you know, tower is going to tell you to go base to final. We can talk about that later if you want, what that means. If you don't know, probably you already know. But I always like to have that because I know where I need to go, where I need to point the nose of my aircraft, so I know I'm going to be landing to the left. And I you know, if I ever forget what runway did they say or anything, I just look down there and I know exactly what ATC told me to do. They said runway, and I look at that and I'm like, oh yeah, runway 7. For those of you that have short memories like me, it's always a handy thing to have, and little tip for you there. Can we see the runway yet, SimFans? Yep, we see the airport right here. There's the airport. Because when we have our GPS dialed in, it's going to be like the post office, right? It's going to be like in the center of the runway. Like a post office typically is in the center, or not always, but usually downtown. A lot of times is the center of the city. So, but you know, they'll tell us, okay, you know, enter left base to final, or they might just say do a straight end. They'll probably tell us. We'll see what they tell us. I have a feeling our frame rates are kind of sucking right now. Oh yeah, I see my Western Digital drive is... Why do I say Western Digital? It's like I'm plugging them. I'm not making any money from them. But I do. If you want to get an external drive for the scenery and for any of your games, definitely get the Western Digital Black, because it's a 7200 RPM drive. And it'll plug into USB 3. Make sure you have it at USB 3 port. You'll know that because it has the blue connector on it. For those of you who don't know that. Oh, by the way, gums check. So you want to do gas. You want to make sure. Oh, by the way, we never switch our fuel tank, fans. You forgot to remind me. So if we look down here, we got like about, what, 5 gallons of fuel in our right tank. We haven't taken any. So we're going to switch our fuel tank to the right tank. And by the way, if you ever do this, don't panic. Yeah, sure. Our engine just cut out, and but you know, we're already descending, so we're good here. The only thing that we'd have to be concerned about is putting it back on to fuel. I mean, it's gonna start right back up. So right now we have basically our engine's dead right now. It's just windmilling. But if we turn this back, it's gonna fire right back on. No worries. I do this actually in real life just to, like, if I know the passenger with me is not going to freak out. So we're going to switch to the right tank.
Golf Kilo uniform cleared to land runway 7. Wind 29 or 7 at 7.
All right. Well, there is, so we'll acknowledge.
Cleared to land runway 7.
He didn't even. So we're going to turn off the autopilot. So we're going to hit that button right there. We're going to do gumps check. Gas. That we already checked that, right? That's why we knew that. Undercarriage. We are going to have to put our landing gear down. We're going to get it's going to start beeping at us because I don't have the landing gear down yet. But we're going fast enough that it's not going to start barking. I'm going to trim it. Love the trim wheel, SimFans. Love that trim wheel. We're going to do a full stop because I need to take a quick break, and you probably do too. I hope you all stay with me because we have more to this to go. I'm going to demonstrate a side slip to a landing though. So stick with me because I'm going to show you one of the best tricks that you can do if you're ever in a situation like I am right now. Ace is down. Welcome, Frank Rose. I'm sorry I missed you guys. I've been watching. It's just been quiet on Chad. Welcome to the stream. Good time to come in. We're about to land at Santa Barbara here. Welcome. Appreciate it. We're just going to do another demonstration of a side slip to a landing here and see how well this Piper Aero 3 does as we come in to land. Appreciate you guys coming in. Hello. Thank you for joining. Frank, did you have to work tonight? Frank Rose works for Air Canada, and he actually works on the ramp at Toronto Airport, which I did a flight. Ace is down. Always has good ideas for me. Aces, I got to tell you, unless you were already on here, I thought of a few other good ideas for a stream. Emergency situations, system failures, and stuff like that. Bad weather. Might have to do a few of those for fans. But anyway, do appreciate you guys joining tonight. So if we're approaching runway 7 here, and we're a little high, let's see how this aircraft performs. We're going to go ahead and drop our landing gear. Watch the Bravo, Honeycomb Bravo Throttle Quadrant. Hey, Aces, have you gotten yours yet? When does yours come? You got to be coming here shortly. By the way, Aces, I don't know if you've seen this, but our freight, we've been flying together, our SimFans, we've all been flying together tonight, and I don't know if it's the World Update 3 or 4 or whatever it was, but I am getting some horrendous frame rates lately. And I checked the graphics settings because I updated my NVIDIA card, and it didn't look so great. We're going to put in some flaps. Let's go ahead and add some throttle because I want to demonstrate this. So we're pretty high right now, right? Got the landing gear. Let's go ahead and get her. So you see that beautiful aircraft by Just Flight. So we're really high. So you might find yourself in this situation, right? You're kind of high and you're like, well, I gotta lose some altitude. So you cut your engine out, and then what you do is you give it full right rudder, and you put your left aileron down. And watch that. See that airspeed? It's not really climbing. See that? We're staying at roughly 69 knots, and we are just dropping like a frickin' rock. And I'm telling you right now, I wish I had my camera on everything so you could see it. But then you just kind of pull out here, get your aircraft stabilized, put some trim in. Boy, we better add some. Now see what bled off so much air. And that's all there is to it, SimFans. Keep that one handy in your book because it is a great tip. It's a great way to lose airspeed. And I'm coming a little. I add a little throttle here. We're coming in a little fast. And that's okay. We've got plenty of runway. Yeah, we're just gonna straighten out the nose, and where are we going? Yeah, not so great. Hey, it's great if you land safely, though. That's always my out. I'm always going to use that excuse. All right, SimFans, here we are. Welcome to Santa Barbara. Appreciate all of you. I know some of you have flown all the way with me tonight so far, and I just got to say a big thank you to all of you because if it wasn't for you, I would be awful lonely. All right, we're just going to pull up here, and oh, I should turn on the track IR. And right up here, we can put our flaps up. So you can see me just hit those flaps up. We're going to turn off the track IR. So, oh, he's mad at me. You know, I don't really pay much attention to ATC when it's in a simulator until they get it better. Okay, so I'm going to turn. Now let's see if the parking brake will work, SimFans, because this rock, I don't know. There's still a bug. Okay, so now it works. There's a bug there. I'm just going to chalk it up to that. There's a bug. Okay, so now we're going to turn off our avionics. And see, that doesn't even work. It flickers. So we got to go here, turn them off. That's okay. And let's see. That's going to go off. All right. Oh, whatever. Actually, I think probably how we're heading and everything. Kind of forgetting where it is, but anyway, we'll shut it down. So if we pull out the mixture, and then we pull out the prop, and then we pull out the mixture, and then we turn off once the engine stops. Turn off our battery. There we are. Now we're not done, so don't go nowhere because we're going to continue. And now that we've stopped, see, I've turned off, and you can't see this, but I've got the Alpha Flight Controls, and I turned that off, and it's just not working. So I'm going to go over here and manually, and hear the gyroscope spin down. Hear that? Nice, Aces down. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I love the side slip. It's a great thing, isn't it? All right, so the frames aren't so bad right now. When we left San Jose, of course, you didn't see this, Aces, but I had real weather. I started, and the frame rates were just horrible. There was some fog and things, so I turned that off. But all right, SimFans. Hey, you know what? So stick around. We're gonna. I think we got enough fuel to do some more of the flights before we have to fuel up. But we're gonna do more touch and goes. So what we have left to do tonight, yet, if you're willing and able to stay up with me, and if you have to go to bed, I totally get it. Some of us have to work for a living, right? But we're going to go from Santa Barbara to Burbank, and then once we get done with Burbank, we're going to fly over to Catalina, which is a really cool freeware airport that you can install for free in your community folder. I forgot to put a link in that. I think I forgot to put a link in that in the description, but I'll add that. And then we're going to finish up with a little quick city tour of San Diego. Ace is down. Remember when I tried to land on the USS Midway in San Diego? So I failed. I almost pulled it off, but I failed. I might try that again just for fun, or maybe we'll just land at San Diego International because it's a beautiful airport by LatinVFR, and we might just do that. And I won't be crazy stupid tonight. Maybe chat me and let me know what you want to see done there. But do stick around. I'm gonna put on some tunes. I will be back with you in approximately 5 minutes. Aces and Frank, Rose, thank you for coming. Hopefully you're going to be able to stick around. And all of you, thank you so much for coming and sticking with me. I know there's several of you that flew with me all the way for that long flight from San Jose to here. I do appreciate it and do thank you for that. If you haven't already, please smash the thumbs up button if you like the content. Do subscribe, and I will be back with you momentarily. And in the meantime, check out some tunes by Timecrawler. I've got a link below where you can find that music. All right, be back in a second, SimFans. All right, SimFans. Well, I just thought I would zoom in to the Bravo throttle quadrant, because I know sometimes it's kind of hard to see when it's in that little window there. So I know you probably. Oh. Sorry about that. So yeah, so you know, so configuration for a complex aircraft, of course, right? You've got your throttle, you've got your prop, and you've got your mixture. And so now many of you that have flown the non-complex aircraft, we just have, it's super simple. You have the throttle and just the mixture. I think Aces, we've talked about this before. It's like nice to have the actual Piper aircraft, and because you get a real throttle, as opposed to, nothing against the Cessna. Cessnas are really good aircraft, but why the plunger? That's what I always wonder. Why the plunger? Give us a real throttle system here. But anyway, I just thought I would. And as you can see, you know, I love the indicator lights. And definitely make sure if you, and also over here, right, we got the indicator lights for the landing gear. So make sure that you get, there's basically an add-on, a plug-in, if you will, to get that to work. So don't miss out on those details, because out of the box, I don't believe that it works out of the box. You have to basically get an add-on. I can't remember if it's Just Flight or it's Aerosoft, but one of the two have it, but you can easily find it on Honeycomb as well. But they developed the plugin for Microsoft Flight Simulator, and there's one for X-Plane as well. So don't forget to get those, or get that plugin. Otherwise, you will not see these indicators. I remember when I set up, I got my Bravo throttle quadrant, and I remember I was like, WTF, what's going on? I don't have any of my lights. My indicator lights aren't going. My gear light's not going. What gives here? Is my unit defective? No, I just needed the plugin. I do have a video on that. It's pretty simple though. If you just go to when I did the video, you didn't have Honeycomb didn't have the plugin on their site, which was pretty amazing that they didn't. I love their stuff, but I was kind of amazed that they didn't have the plugin there. But yeah, definitely get that. All right, we're going to drop that back down so it doesn't take up all our real estate on the screen here. And that's probably about right there. Okay. Okay, so let's get back into the aircraft here, SimFans, and we'll get her started back up. I think we're going to, you probably saw me do a little check there. I think we got about a 38, 40-minute flight. I think we have plenty of fuel for that. So maybe we'll stop and get fuel there. And by there I mean Burbank, but we're going to get this bird lit back up. Got a jet. We must have a jet that's landing right now, or not. That was pretty abrupt. Where did that guy go? That's pretty funny. Frank, you ever have that happen where you hear a jet landing and then all of a sudden dead silence? I think that's probably a bad sign. All right, so let's jump in. It looks like our frame rates have settled down, so that's a good sign. That was kind of annoying earlier, so we'll go ahead and get her started back up. All right, so let's go ahead and get our mixture full. We'll get our prop full. We'll put a little bit of throttle in. I never did turn off the magnetos, my bad. Notice the magnetos work with the switch. That's all good. We got to turn our battery on. Forgot that last time. Didn't go so well. Notice that one thing I do want to point out, and this is going to be something in my review, SimFans, is even though I turned the battery on, I've got a switch in my Alpha Throttle. I always do that. Alpha Flight Controls. There's a button for battery, and even though I click that on, and I think it's a standard battery on, it's not like it's anything specific to being Honeycomb Alpha, flight control. Keep this in mind if you get this aircraft, because notice if I turn it off, notice that so this button right here, I think it should be turning. This button should be turning on and off, and it's not. Hey, I'm turning, but it acts like the system's going. But I'll tell you what, don't miss that, because your alternator, all that stuff, you have to manually select it in your virtual cockpit for it to actually work. So you want to make sure you turn that on. Now notice this, the fuel gauge comes on. It didn't come on until I clicked it here. So there's a few bugs in this aircraft, and I have no doubt that Just Flight will get them resolved. But don't find yourself like flying, you know, for an hour or something, then all of a sudden you lose all your power because you think your battery and alternator on when they're not. Okay. So of course we're gonna have to go ahead and open our little window here so we can yell to everybody. And I'm not gonna yell like I normally would because I don't want to blow your eardrums out, but we're gonna say clear. All right, so make sure that there's nobody around the aircraft, nobody's around it, so we make sure that we're okay to start that prop, which we are. Typically, you know, hot start probably don't need to. We'll turn the fuel pump on. By the way, notice now I've got my battery on my Alpha Flight Controls, and I assume this would work if you have your SciTech or your CH set up to do it. I'm guessing it's going to be the same way. So you're going to have to manually flip that. Of course, I'm not hitting the right one. Now it all comes alive. So. All right, so we got it cleared, and we are going to start our engine. Boom. Boom! We're lit. All right, so we're just going to take off from the same runway. I'm going to assume that didn't change as we part, so we're just going to take off from the same runway, runway 7, which will be nice and easy for us to do. So we'll just come back down here, and we'll just take off from there. Okay. So we got to do a rotate to right and then on, and then we'll, okay, so good deal. Probably have to turn our nav lights on, beacons on, very faint, which I love. I love that it's faint. I talked about that before. I don't want a big starburst that's blinding me in the middle of the day because that's just unrealistic, and Just Flight did focus on making these more realistic, so thank them for that. I don't think I have my... Yep, I do have my nav lights on. Oh, and I have my strobe lights on, which I really shouldn't. We'll just... whatever. We'll leave that on. Okay. So I think we're ready to taxi, SimFans. We're going to turn these on for real. I don't think we're going to need pitot heat at this time. Ah, alright. So I think we're good to go. I hear an aircraft. I heard somebody landing. Yep, there he is. What kind of plane is that, Frank? He's taking off, not landing. Winglets look like it might be a Boeing, but I don't know. Probably not, because we're in Microsoft Flight Simulator, so it's probably an Airbus, obviously. Because I don't see 4 engines as it being a 747. Okay. All right, let's see if our parking brake will work this time. So I'm going to turn it off. See, now it works. So again, there are a few bugs that need to be worked out on this aircraft, SimFans. But what aircraft doesn't need some improvements, right? I mean, we'll give Just Flight a break because there's hardly ever an aircraft these days that get released and it's perfect. That's just not going to happen. We're going to put a notch of flaps in, and we're going to do intersection takeoff. We're going to make sure that we don't have any traffic. Let's stop right here, even though I'm past the hold short line by a mile. We don't have any aircraft, so we can get going. Not sure how I trim this. All right, here we go. I didn't close the window, by the way, so remind me after we get up in the air to close that. Or we can just close it now. Multitasking. All right, up in the air. Gear up. Positive rate of climb. That's what I love about these general aviation aircraft, too. I mean, it's just like intersection takeoff, and you're up in the air in no time. I can feel that side wind, though. See how it's blowing us off course? Look at that. We got pretty good crosswind going. I should be keeping that tracking right on that runway right there. So I didn't do so good on that takeoff. We've got quite a crosswind. This is great. This is a good demonstration of this crosswind. I got a crab on takeoff as well as landing sometimes. No traffic in the seat. That's right, Aces. No traffic in the seat. Yeah, that's a bad thing. You don't want traffic to end up in your seat, do you? All right, we're going to turn off the EFB. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to program our GPS, but that's okay because I can show you how that's done. We're going in the general direction we need to. So let me show you how that's done. So first of all, main thing, and we got to put up a notch of flaps. So we're gonna put that lever down. So we take out the notch of flaps. What should you always do first? Aces down. What should you always do first? Yeah, Aces, I flipped it to the right tank. Good catch there. I flipped it to the right tank, actually when we were coming in for approach, when I did my gumps check. So you always want to fly the aircraft, right? So we're going to let since this aircraft is equipped with an autopilot system, we're going to go ahead and enable the autopilot. This one, unlike the Coronado, does not automatically do the heading dial right in front of us when we choose heading. So we're going to have to dial the heading in, which is no problem. We'll just dial that in. Then we're going to hit, instead of heading, we're going to hit, or instead of nav, we're going to hit heading. The other thing I want to do is, or we want to do, is we're going to do vertical speed. And let's dial this in. I think we'll probably do like 500. Notice it was going down from before. So let's go about. All right, Frank. Hey, thanks for coming. You know, amazing that you joined, and even while we're streaming, you still come online. I appreciate it, Frank. Always good to see you, my friend. Thank you for stopping in. Hey, we'll probably still be flying while you do another break. So see if we are. Love to have you come back. Do appreciate it, Frank. Thank you for coming. All right. So now that we got that set, we can go ahead and let's turn that off because that'll get annoying. All right. So we're going to go ahead and set our GPS. Okay. So we want to go direct to Burbank, right? Yeah, Burbank, KBUR. So push the cursor so we can select that, and then we're just going to use our mouse wheel, get it set to KBUR. Click. We'll go backwards. Probably should have went the other way. Click. Definitely go backwards for U. Click and backwards for R. There we go. I was like, wait a minute. And activate. Now notice enter twice here worked. Not so much on the Coronado. So obviously that's, and I'll switch it over to nav as you saw. And the other thing I needed to do was set our desired track, which I forgot to do. Our desired track now is 86 degrees. We're pretty close, actually. So we're going to switch the mode selector on our Bravo throttle quadrant to force. It's probably close enough for government work. And I did check, you probably saw me do a little pre-flight. We need to get up to 7,500 feet. We're going a right direction. So again, on VFR, we do odd altitudes plus 500 for VFR. So we're going to continue to climb to 7,500 feet is our minimum safe altitude. Ace down, you say, I was actually thinking about the extra weight in the right tank, maybe why it wants to bend. Yes, exactly. Yeah, we definitely a bit out of balance, Aces, for sure. For sure. Good catch. I've mentioned this before, but like me, Aces is a real pilot as well. And Aces do appreciate you being on here, contributing to the streams and content and that. Do appreciate that, buddy, very, very much. Always love to have you here. Always good to have you with my other SimFans being a co-pilot for me, because when I'm rambling and talking, I tend to miss stuff. So I appreciate all the help I can get. Cheers to you, my friend. Cheers to all of you SimFans. Got the landing gear up, which is always good. Looks like our frame rates are doing well. One thing when it comes to piloting, you should never have an ego. Unfortunately, that is a problem for many pilots. But, you know, the best pilots don't, they try to keep their egos in check. Well, I've got like a tangled mess here for SimFans. Hold on. Yes, cheers. Cheers, aces. Beautiful west coast of California. Flying over the mighty Pacific Ocean. On our way, a short flight. This hop is very short. About 30 minutes. Thank you all. See people hopping on and off, and that's okay. But appreciate all of you that are with us tonight. And I say us because we are a community. It's not me, it's us.
Descend and maintain 10,000 feet. Expect ILS runway 24 right approach via lift transition. Cleared to live.
Why is our alternator light on? Did I miss hitting that on? I've got it. Yep. There we go. That's why we have those lights, right? Aces, isn't that the truth, buddy? Yeah, you got to leave your ego at home. Check it at the door, my friend, because yeah, it can get you killed. And it's, you know, unfortunately, I didn't know the pilot, but the wife I worked with, he was in a situation around Boone, Iowa, and it was inclement weather, very foggy. And he had his instrument rating, but he didn't ask. He could have simply asked his son, you know, and who knows really what happened, because you don't have like a cockpit voice recorder like you do in the, you know, the major airlines and that. So it's all speculation. But apparently, you know, I don't want to say, but you know, there was some concerns that maybe didn't want to ask for help, and flew the aircraft into a steep bank and crashed it. Unfortunately, it's a very, very sad situation. And so, you know, it's so true. It's like, even we talked about this before, Aces on the stream, but it's like if you're ever flying for real, or in simulator for that matter, because we're simming for real, always use all your resources. And even if it's a passenger that, you know, I've said this before, even a passenger doesn't know the concept of flying, you can say, do me a favor, watch this vertical speed indicator and make sure it's at 0 or it's going up. But if it's going down, let me know, because I'm doing a turn and I want to maintain level flight. Or watch the altitude, and if this needle goes, if it's going down, warn me. Simple as that. It can mean the difference between life and death in a real life situation. Because even if you have your instrument rating, you got it. It's the weirdest thing. If you know, you swear, you know, they always talk about, you got to ignore your senses, because your senses are going to tell you you're banking when you might be straight. They might be telling you you're straight when you're banking. It might be telling your level when you're actually descending. You got to completely ignore them, and you think it might be easy, but it's really hard to do. And the more practice you have, the easier it is to ignore those senses. And I'm not instrument rated. I did instrument training, but as part of the PPL, private pilot's license, you have to do under the hood. And you can tell me, Aces, if you disagree, but you really, it's hard to ignore the sense, especially early on. You swear that you're doing something that you're not. So point being is use your resources. So I use my resources in simming. I rely on all of you. I'm missing something, let me know. You know, this is, you can actually do simming for practice flights. I've done it for like, when I was going to do my solo, honest to God, my first solo when I was working on my private pilot's license, I actually flew the whole route. And at that time I had prepared. I was using prepared. And I flew the whole route in the simulator just like this. And I have no doubt in my mind that that helped me, just in terms of situational awareness. You know, I didn't have X-Plane at the time with Ortho for XP, but just like knowing kind of where the airport would be when I came up to it, you know, the pilotage, dead reckoning, all that stuff. It was a good exercise. So for all of you that are just simming for fun, great. If you're simming for recreation, great. If you're using simulator to practice, maybe instrument approaches, or you're thinking about getting into real flight, it will help you. No doubt. I will guarantee you it will help you. Aces down, you say, or let me know if this flips from to to from when tracking a VR. Simple things like that anyone can do, and it helps the pilot. Yes, can't rely on it, but it can help for sure, right? So, you know, we haven't talked about that, but you can, and Aces, you weren't here for when I talked about VOR, dial in the radials and doing that, you know. So for the true sim fans, diehard sim fans, I should say, you can turn off the GPS and fly the VOR, and exactly the two. We're not doing that. I might have to do that sometime and just do like pilotage, dead reckoning, and flying by VOR. And by the way, our drive, I bet, is cranking right now. Loading, yep, it is. Loading textures. Anytime you see a dip in the frame rates, so Aces was talking about the to and from. So if we had this switch to VOR, V-lock, you see that switches, and right now it's flagged because we're not locked on anything because I don't have it dialed in. There's a frequency you dial in for the VOR, but there's a needle, there's a to and a from. When you fly over the VOR, instead of going to to, you'll be on from. That's what Aces is talking about there, SimFans. Holy crap, this is still... Okay, good, it's still loading, otherwise I'd be going, what in the hell is going on here? Aces down, you say, yeah, in IFR, oh yeah, spatial disorientation is a very real thing. Experienced it firsthand flying with an IFR rated pilot. He let me fly an IMC for a half hour, had to give up control. Yeah. See, I mean, and there you go, Aces, you said had to give up control. That's part of checking that ego at the door, right? Don't, you know, it's okay to say I'm lost, I don't know what I'm doing. Or not that I don't know what I'm doing, but I need help. I know I need help. Look, I went over the 7,500. So that's okay, we'll fix that. We'll just, damn it. One thing to remember is switch your indicators. I need to switch it to vertical speed, and we'll just bring this bird back down to 7,500. And for some reason I went off nav. So I'll hit nav so we can get back on track here. So our track 86, so I still have that right because I dialed the wrong one here. We started heading toward that mountain. I'm like, that doesn't look right. Course 86. About right there. Alright, now we're back on track here. And when we get down to 7,500, we will hit the altitude button on our wonderful, beautiful Honeycomb Bravo Throttle Quadrant 250 US, if you can get a hold of it, of course. Many of us can't get a hold of it. Many of you can't get a hold of it. And yeah, that is something that, again, I think you'll find that you will be able to get a hold of sometime here. Hopefully soon. Altitude, so we'll hit the altitude. We go switches, so you see from the VS to altitude, that indicator switches over. So we know we're doing well. We're now going to go to level flight with this beautiful PA-28R Piper Aero 3, ladies and gentlemen. A magnificent aircraft. Probably, no, I will say, and I haven't done a full review yet, the best general aviation aircraft that you can purchase right now that's out for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. Bar none. I will say that. As a matter of fact, I do, as I mentioned before, I have the Coronado PA-44 Seminole. Great aircraft. I would get it. $30. You can find it on sale. Definitely worth it. I would get that. The M20R Ovation from Coronado, not really too sold on that. I think it's pretty good. If I'm gonna have a Coronado, I'd probably choose. I would definitely recommend this. I'd pick for a twin engine. It's the best twin engine general aviation aircraft, in my opinion, right now for Microsoft Flight Simulator is the Coronado PA-44 Piper Seminole. And if you're going to go a single engine, I would save the $30 and put it towards this. Spend an extra $15 and get the Ovation Coronado. Now, if you have a unlimited amount of income and money, get them both. Get them all, right? But that would be my recommendation in terms of the general aviation aircraft. Again, I did pick up the Aerosoft CRJ-550-700. I did take it for a test spin today. I was hoping that I could do a live stream on Saturday night. Same time, by the way, if you're with me tonight, 8:30. I'll be flying again, 8:30. I will see if I can get enough hours logged into the CRJ-550. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to do some family stuff tomorrow. I probably am not going to be able to, or be ready. I don't want to go in and do something half-assed and show you. I want to actually learn it. I do have the CRJ-200 for X-Plane, so I'm familiar with the aircraft at least, but I really want to learn the systems and programming it so I can actually do not necessarily a complete in-depth flight with it, but I want to know what the hell I'm talking about when I fly it with all of you. So I probably won't be flying it this Saturday. Probably be either back in this, or I might take the Piper Seminole I just mentioned out again for a flight. Maybe I'll purchase some new scenery. I've had my eye on what was it? I had my eye on I think it was New Orleans. There's Atlanta scenery. Jury's out for me on the Atlanta scenery. I don't know if it looks all that good for the money, to be honest. Let me see here. I got to figure out, because I've been doing a lot of the West Coast, California coast, and I probably need to mix it up a little bit. I've got Key West scenery. I've got the Miami scenery. So maybe we could go to Florida, but maybe I'll buy something new and we can check it out. Let's see here. MSFS 2020 U.S. maps of airports that I own. I do a PSD, so I know what I have and what I want. Yeah, so KMSY, and that's what I want to get. That looks pretty good. We could do maybe like I don't know how long a flight that would be. It'd probably be kind of long. Key West to MSY, or maybe we could do. I don't know. We've got some airports up. I don't know if I really, with my current build, like I said, I need to build a new computer. And I almost pulled the trigger today. I almost bought a pre-built. It came in stock today. I got notified, and I had my little clicky finger ready to purchase AMD Ryzen 9 5950X and NVIDIA 3070, a 1 terabyte NVMe drive. It had 16 gigs of memory, so I knew I had to upgrade that to 32, which that's not really a problem. And I got SimFans. I got that close. But you know what? I've always built my own. This machine I'm actually running now, I didn't build. I pre-built it, but for years I've always built my own machines. And there's like Origin PC and CLX and what's the other one? There's another big one. Darn it, I'm missing it. But anyway, you can like pick every single piece, like exactly the motherboard you want, exactly the CPU you want, exactly the type of memory you want, like to the manufacturer, exactly the case, and if you want RGB for all the lights and stuff like that, if you care about that sort of thing. But like the only way to get the damn NVIDIA cards right now is to buy pre-built, pretty much, unless you get lucky in a lottery. Newegg has a thing where you can enter what do they call it? Like it's kind of like a lottery thing that they have for a period of time, and then you buy. If you get selected, you buy it within the like 4 hours or something. But that's about the only way you're going to get the NVIDIA or the CPUs right now. you know, anything that's recent. You can buy some of the older CPUs, and they're still good. But yeah, this close. So stick with me if you like. Man, this guy has some shitty frame rates. I am working on getting that. And I actually got the WAF, so I'm good there. If you're wondering what the WAF is, that's a wife approval factor, of course. But I kind of want to build, even if I can't buy the stuff myself and put it together myself, I want to at least pick it, every single piece and component of the computer and build it. I am in IT, by the way, so that's my profession, if you haven't gathered that by now. But yeah, I almost pulled the trigger today, and I probably should have, because I'm sure by the time I go to it again, it's gonna be gone and out of stock. But you know, I did hear that April, there's supposed to be more. You know, I think it's the 3080 Ti's coming out, so watch for that. Yeah, right. Like any of us are gonna get a hold of that. But you know, as long as there's stuff coming out, maybe it'll take the crypto miners to another graphics card. We can pick up some of the others. You know, there's this whole thing about where they lock out crypto mining. It's just going to be hacked. Let's face it. That's a bunch of BS. I mean, it's, yeah, sure. Okay, maybe the first 2 weeks that it's released, the crypto miners aren't going to be able to mine Bitcoin, but all that stuff's just going to be hacked. I forgot to pull my RPMs out. Oops. Probably burning more fuel than I need to. Let's go back into the cockpit and check out. Let's go back here and let's take a look. See. So go down here, and we can have this at 2,500 approximately. Let's take out some of our mixture. All right, there we go. Now we're burning less fuel, burning unnecessary. I looked over here, and that engine was like right next to the red, so I kind of forgot to bring it up. Here we go. We're loading textures again, SimFans. We know that because our frame rates just went to crap. But anyway, I'm planning on getting a new build, so I'm hoping once I get my new build, I can bump all my stuff up to Ultra, and we can have a better experience with In-Flight Simulator here. Again, it's loading textures. If you just joined me, if you ever want to know how to enable your FPS, boy, it's really loading right now. It's still, all right, hold on, let's let it finish here. It's still loading all these textures. It's probably because we're getting close to our destination. Still 12 minutes away, and the elevation of Burbank is 780 feet, so we're gonna want to descend to 1,800 feet, so let's just call that 2,000. So yeah, so for all intents and purposes we need to lose basically 100 feet, so at 1,000 feet per minute, you know, basically 5 minutes, we had a minute, 6 minutes, so probably about 7 minutes we'll start our descent. It is still loading, fans. My drive is still lit up, so good God. Must be the beautiful city of Burbank, right? There's a lot of buildings and stuff, I take it, so maybe that's the deal. Cheers to all of you. Well, that's the other thing. Hey, SimFan, yeah, wife approval factor, personal tax on all purchases. Yeah. Sorry, Ace is down. I missed a few of your comments here. I love the weather look of that. It's an airplane in use of this. Yeah, didn't they do a nice job on this Warrior? They really did. They did a great job on it. I agree. The weather look, and I showed this before, but like all the upholstery, I mean, that's all weathered. If we look towards the back, I mean, yeah, you see where people probably had their greasy heads on the headrests, the old style curtains. Something nostalgic about that, right? But you're right, like the weather look up the dashboard, and yeah, just a whole interior thing. Even, well, let's go ahead and bring up the yokes, and I pointed this out before, but you got the paint chipping off here. Definitely the left yoke should be more in use, weathered or used look to it, where the right yoke, of course, is naturally less used because you don't hopefully have too many passengers that are gripping that when you're trying to fly the airplane. Yeah, I agree. Aces down. It does look very good. Aces down, you also said, should come up with a Midwest swing plan, a New England tour plane, Great Lakes tour plan, etc. Yes, that's another great idea. You know, I need to write these down because you always have good ideas, Aces. That's a great idea. I also talked about, Aces, of having possibly a what would you do, you know, like an emergency situation, you know, because there's failures in Microsoft Flight Simulator. I've never even really tried them, to be honest. But like X-Plane, supposedly you can set up your aircraft to run into multiple failures, whether it be your complete engine failure, maybe your fuel system freezes up, maybe your alternator goes out in a night flight in a mountainous area. But I thought about maybe doing some, you know, emergency scenarios for flying, and we can test my piloting skills and see if I can get us landed safely. I thought that might be one that's fun too. And of course I would do that live because I don't want to do it and be recorded and then post it, because as you know, I could cheat that. I wouldn't, but people can cheat that and say, yeah, you put up this emergency situation, this is how you do it. Might be good for instructional purposes, but let's do it live. Let's see, Aces, you said that has a brand new scheme as well, though, right? For those that like prestige. Yeah, well, you know what? That's a good question. I think it does. I haven't actually tried that out, Aces. I think it does, actually. Yeah, I think you can change the livery and the setting and have a brand new clean aircraft, like if it was new or refurbished. All right, SimFans, so we're at about 8.5 minutes, so we're going to start thinking about landing, preparing for landing. Let's check our fuel gauges. So yeah, we're going to leave it on right because we can see the right fuel is still, as suspected, would be up there. Again, I'm going to do it right now. If you ever do this, no time to panic, even if your engine dies, because sometimes that will happen. Like you'll go down here and be like, oh damn it, my mouse cursor, and there's nothing to worry about at all. Just click it again and engines will start right back up because your prop's windmilling and it's just going to light right back up. Just if you have the starter flipping that prop around. Of course, my my aircraft is going to climb a little bit because it lost some altitude, but no worries. If you do that, don't panic. Aces, yes. Where anything that can go wrong will. All right, Aces. We'll see you soon. All right, SimFans. Well, we are probably getting close. So again, we want to descend to, what did I say? Anybody remember? I don't. Okay, 1,800 feet. So yeah, we got to lose. We're not quite 7,800, but we got to lose about 6,000 feet. So we said 6 minutes. I think that sounds probably good. Let's call ATC, shall we? See what they want us to land on. Nearest airport, Burbank, Bob Hope, of course. Tower, hello. I'm hitting 1 on the keyboard. Apparently Tower doesn't want to talk to us. Any of these work? Kind of weird. It's not working. Oh, well, then we'll ignore them. So that's when we go to here. And we take a look at our airport diagram. And let's see, what direction are we going, SimFans? We are going roughly east. So why don't we just land on runway 8? That sound good? And so what we're going to do is we're going to start descending first of all. First of all, we got to check and make sure we're set on vertical speed, which we weren't. Hey, I remembered that time. Switch this to vertical speed. As you can see, I hit that button and I just dialed that down. We're not going fast enough to worry about our speed. And now we want to set the dial to runway 8 because we're just going to be lazy, and we're going to, since ATC isn't paying attention to us, we're just going to dial that into 8. And notice this hops about 10 degrees. So if you ever want that exactly at 1 degree per notch, just go here, click and hold that once, and then go up here, and then well, okay, ignore what I just said because that didn't work. Sometimes normally that works, but we can get that right at 8. So we're pretty close to tracking straight in. But we can see the runway end indicator light right here, the rabbit, and these flashing lights are the runway end indicator lights. So we know. So we're just going to fly right in here, SimFans, straight in. We need to descend a little bit more. We're a little shallow. And of course we're picking up speed, right? Because we're descending. The golden rule, always you can trade altitude for speed or speed for altitude, right? In other words, if you want to gain altitude, you're typically going to lose speed. But if you want to gain speed, you're going to typically lose altitude. Always important thing to keep in mind when you're flying. That's why it's always to be high. You know, like some people may think that, hey, if I'm lower to the ground, I'm safer. No, it's the opposite. I know many of you realize that. The higher you are, the more time you have to plan and prepare if your engine goes out. If you're low to the ground, that's not safer, right? You're going to have a lot less time to trim for what's called best glide path or glide slope. And you just, the altitude you want, because you can trade altitude for airspeed. But when your engine goes out, you're not going to get airspeed from anything but altitude, and that just means you're less time the lower you are. All right, so we're going to turn off the autopilot. We're going to trim down here because we're still kind of high. We're going to enable our Track IR. Again, that's this weird looking thing on my head because then I can like look around the cockpit and all that good stuff. Let's get prepared. So gumps check. So gas, we are on the right tank, which is good because as we can see, we have more right fuel. So we're a little more balanced. As Aces pointed out earlier, we're going to do our mixture full, our prop full, and in a minute here, and I'm going to just go ahead and take out all my throttle. Or we're going to take, because you're flying with me, we're going to take out all our throttle. And the nice thing about that rabbit light, that just kind of guides us right to where we need to go. So we just kind of keep that as we crab in. Darren Gardner, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you with us, SimFan. Yeah, we're just coming in for approach at Burbank, California. Bob Hope, if you will. Welcome, my friend. Glad to see you. And so now we got to do our gumps check, and of course gear is part of that, right? So we put that down. Notice on our Honeycomb camera, we can see that our landing gear are coming out. So just getting ready to land. We're going to put in a notch of flaps, put that in. And we'll just set up. We got plenty of distance to bring this in for a, we can do a touch and go. And then we'll show you how to set the GPS for our track to, I think Catalina, right? Is what we said. What I put in here. Yeah, KAVX. Put another notch of flaps. All right, Darren, you have it. Yeah, isn't it great? It is. I said that if I were going to buy a general aviation aircraft right now, and there, Coronado has some decent ones, but I would definitely save the $30 and put it towards this one at 45 US for sure. Bravo throttle on the way, Darren. Beautiful. You are going to love it, my friend. You are going to love it. It is. See, and that's good to hear, because I know Aces, you have yours. Either it's on its way or you already got it. My mind, there is no competition, even for the ones, and I won't state what they're, the manufacturers, because they are good, is what I've read. They're all metal and everything, but for the functionality and the price, you cannot beat SimFans. Absolutely cannot beat the Bravo Throttle Quadrant. There is just no can do. No can do. No beating it. Charlie pedals coming out soon. Yes, Darren, I agree. Best GA, hands down. And yeah, there we go. All right. I think we got all. So we can look to. Whoops! I got my track. We got our flaps all set, ready to go. We're a little high. That's okay though. Better to be high than low, right? Okay, so here we come in. And like I said, I've flown this aircraft in real life, fans. I've flown it in real life, and is it perfect? No, but what aircraft in simulator is? I would say Just Flight has done a really good job with it, though. I would say it's as close as anything that's out there right now. We're gonna pull that throttle all the way out. We're gonna keep trimming this out. We're gonna keep trimming this out. We're gonna pull back on the yoke. We're gonna flare, and we're gonna get that. Let's see if we can get that horn going. Horn. Ah, thought I could get it. All right, that's all right. We'll just put that front nose wheel right down on the center line there, SimFans, and there we have it. We've done a successful landing. We didn't blow any tires. We're all alive. I didn't kill anyone, and I would say that in that case, it is a successful landing, right? We'll come off of here. I really wish I've got the Alpha, Darren and Aces, I think you have the Alpha Flight Controls, right? But the one gripe I have with this aircraft, and I know they'll fix it, and I've tried mapping. I haven't spent a lot of time trying to map differently, but the flight controls, for an aircraft that costs you $45 and as popular as the Alpha Flight Controls are, I would expect them to work out of the box. I'm sure that Just Flight will fix that, but they don't, just to let you know. I'm going to do my rocker switch in the Bravo Throttle Quadrant. We'll see if Yep, and see that works now, and there's a little bugginess to that too, but I have no doubt whatsoever that I was going to do a touch and go, wasn't I? That's okay. But yeah, so anyway, we got landed safely. We got plenty of fuel, but why don't we fuel up here? Let's go ahead and take a look at how we do that. So we're going to go into drone mode. By the way, if you want to do drone mode, all you have to do is go into drone mode. R will raise your elevation. F will lower it. So on your keyboard, default mappings R and F. I'm going forward. Not sure why that's happening. That's okay. So F2 will speed it up if you want to go faster. And WASD is going to do, like, if you do FPS games, you know what that's all about. If you want to look left and right, you use your numpad. So 4 goes left, 6 goes right, 8 goes up, 2 goes down. I don't know why this is moving on me. Oh my God, that's why. Look what's happened to our plane. Ha! What happened? I didn't get I had the parking brake set, didn't I? Oh, that's funny. Like, Why is this moving forward? Then it dawned on me, wait, I bet our plane's moving forward. What the hell? We've got the parking brake on. This is bullshit. Oh, look it. We got the Airbus landing here. Or what is that? Airbus, right? Ooh. Hello, fella. Oh, what happened there, SimFans? All of a sudden we started moving forward. Now I don't get it. I don't know. I can't explain it. But anyway, I was gonna try to see. Let's see if the airplane. There it goes again. Is R by default like taking off our parking brake? I wonder if that's what's happening. I bet that's what's happening. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna. No! See, it's still on. Alright, well, let's scratch that whole thought. Now, it's been working up to this point, but I don't know what's going on. Alright, we're gonna just get ourselves situated back here. That was kind of funny. Let's see. Can we figure out where the gas is here? Anybody know where the local gas station is around here? Need some fuel. Anyone? Alright, you know what? We're gonna solve this problem really fast. That's a 7.5, fans. Look at that. That's a 757. Now, true, it's a static airplane, but that's a Boeing 757. One of my favorites. Remember Captain Sim in was it X? No, it was FS-10, wasn't it? Or Prepared. The 757. Beautiful aircraft. Magnificent. So what we're going to do, so this shit doesn't get out of hand, SimFans, we're just going to shut this thing down. I'm going to turn off avionics and our masters. Well, we're going to pull the mixture out, pull the prop out, just momentarily. We're going to turn these off. I'll light it back up, but we want to go back into draw. I don't know what's going on there. That might be a bug or something. No, we want to continue. Thank you, Microsoft. All right, so anyway, so like I was saying before, we were so rudely interrupted. WASD will give us the pan around. So forward is W, of course. A is left. S is right. D is backwards. And F2, if you hold F2 down, as you're going to see me do here, it's going to accelerate this. If you hold F1 down, it's going to slow it down. And then that way you can kind of see around this, you know, whatever airport you're at. But of course, this beautiful airport, which again is payware by Orbx. This is, again, the Burbank scenery from Orbx. I believe, don't quote me on this, SimFans, I believe it is $20? $18? Something like that. And got some planes. Oh, look at him. He just clipped the tail of that aircraft. Oh, that was nice of him, wasn't it? I think we need to go... Where's the general aviation ramp here? Find this out. See, obviously I haven't done much planning for this flight because I don't know where the hell I'm going. Let's see. So you would think it'd be like right in here, SimFans. Yell at me if you see it. What we're looking for is a fuel tank. But you know what? What I meant to do, I really meant to do this. No, I'm lying. But in the meantime, while we look for this, for the fuel, where we're going to get fuel, we can check out the airport here, the scenery by Orbx. I'm guessing it's somewhere over here. Oh, I think we just found it. Is this it? Nope, those are just... No, that's not it. There's our 7.5. There's our plane. You know, I'll be really embarrassed if it's like right next to me. I'll be going all over hell here, and then we'll find out that I missed it and it was right by our plane. Oh, come on. It's got to be around here somewhere. We might cheat. If I don't find it, SimFans, here in the next like 30 seconds, we're just gonna put fuel in it and cheat. But I like, you know, given we're in the sim environment, I like to try to keep it real. Yeah, Darren, absolutely. Actually, I do. I do have an Xbox controller. I just I'm being lazy. It's actually sitting over there. I got to get up to go get it. I can't find... SimFans, what's going on? You'd think that the... well, I'm going to quit wasting our time. I thought I could find it. I've obviously failed. Wait, what? And then it toys with us and makes us think that that shed might be it. But no, it's not. Is that a fuel truck? Well, yeah, but it's not really. Well, screw it. I'm not seeing it. You're all saying, would you just fuel your plane up and go? We will do that. Wait, one building we have not checked out yet. Right over here. Could it be? Could it be? No. Well, it's a fuel truck. Screw it. Ha! Well, we tried. Hey, A for effort, right? As they say. So we're just going to pretend we're sitting by a fuel tank, fuel pump. And we're going to go here, fuel, and let's just go ahead and put 50% in our aircraft. Again, we're pretending that we're by a pump. And it's as easy as that. Look at that. We're all fueled up. Thanks for playing. All right, so another aircraft landing or taking? No, he's taking off? Landing? Must be landing. Slowing down. Okay. All right, so let's fire this bird up again. And before I take off, this time I'm going to try to remember to actually set our destination, which this is going to be a fun one, SimFans. So this next one we're flying to is Catalina, KAVX. This is the first time I've flown into it tonight. I'm going to tell you right now. So I'm just going to give that caveat. If I screw up, it's not my fault. I didn't do a test flight, so I think the scenery should work. But I'll put a link in the details of the video here, and so you can pick it up yourself. We'll see what it looks like. Again, it's new. I haven't really checked it out. So we'll see what it looks like. All right, we're all fueled up. Let's go ahead and get started. Of course, we're just going to do this because it's just habit. I'm going to go ahead and put the mixture all full, the prop full. We are going to yell clear because we are going to start our propeller. So clear. All right, and I think we should be good. We probably don't need the fuel pump, so we're just going to see if we can get it up running. There we go, lit up. All right, so before we take off this time, SimFans, we're going to actually go in here and we're going to actually say, let's get the KAVX, right? Isn't that what I said? KAVX. So we push that cursor in there, and then we just start dialing this in. So again, the small dial will switch the letters for you. The large dial will switch the placement for the input, and it's kind of finicky. But you can use your mouse wheel to just change that. And so A, click that, and then I like to go backwards because, son of a. So I like to go backwards because I don't want to go through all the letters. So KAVX, and we'll go backwards for X. There we go. Catalina. There we go. All right, so it's dialed in, and look at that, SimFans. We only got 47 miles to go. And then, so we're gonna go to Catalina. We're gonna land there. It's kind of a cool airport. It's on an island, from what I remember, and we'll land there. It's kind of a neat approach. It's got kind of like a steep bank, if I remember correctly. I'm going completely off of when I did an X-plane, so we'll see how it looks in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Again, it's freeware, and I definitely will put the link for this in description. I might even chat it here in a minute. Once we get up in the air, and we'll check it out. And then once we get done with Catalina, we will end our flight tonight at San Diego. Beautiful LatinVFR scenery, and we'll fly, along San Diego. We'll go by Hotel Coronado. Hey, you notice this shirt? So I got this shirt when I was in San Diego. In a brewery. We were in we went to the Hotel Coronado. We didn't stay there, but it's a pretty neat hotel. A lot of history there, obviously. So, all right, let's go ahead and get started. You hear that? You hear that prop hitting that air? Just sounds magnificent. We'll put in a notch of flaps. All right. I'll turn on track IR so we can see where we're going. Should we demonstrate a short field takeoff? Sure, why not? All right, so short field takeoff, you're going to put 2 notches of flaps in. So if we look down, we want to put in another notch of flaps. So this would be in a case, SimFans, either you have a short field, obviously, or you may have an obstruction. You need to leave the airfield and get altitude as fast as possible. I really should look at the indicated airspeeds for this stuff. Desired track 170, thank you. Thank you, Aces. I forgot to put that in. Thank you so much. Do appreciate that. Let me get that dialed in here. 170. Good deal. Good catch there, Aces. Thank you. I might be missing some stuff here. Before we take off, let's take a look at some of the comments here. So, reading through the chat, Aces and oh, good thing we waited, right? That aircraft landing there. Darren, you said yes. I have the Alpha also, top class. Agreed, my friend. Yeah, and Aces agreed. You love your Alpha. That's right. You have an Alpha as well. Darren, you said happens now and then with the drone. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's the first time I've noticed it happening. As honestly, Xbox control. I did see that comment, Darren. I agree. Was that evenly distributed? And then Ace's Desire Track, I caught that, so thank you so much. Hey, if you haven't already, please smash up the thumbs up button. If you like the content, I would appreciate that very much, SimFans. Do subscribe if you haven't already. I know many of you had. Definitely appreciate all of you. And let's go ahead and get started. We're going to take off, and let's demonstrate a short field takeoff. We're going to make sure that we don't have any aircraft coming in. Let's get out onto the runway. We'll enable track IR. We've got 2 notches of flaps, and you know what the heck? We'll go towards the mountains here. Probably wouldn't be a preferred route, but that's the direction we're gonna go. And we got plenty of runway, right? And he's pulling off of the runway, and let's make sure we've got our landing light on. Everything else should be on. Probably good to go. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to full power as we hold on the brakes, right? Right? Just like we're in a Boeing prepping for takeoff. Then release those brakes. And I don't know what it is, but probably about 50. We're going to start rotating. And now once you get off the ground, you want to point that nose down. Right? So you point the nose down so you can build up some airspeed, and then you're going to pull back. That's all there is to it, SimFans, for a short field takeoff. Those were like right at 60, but so now the idea is we would have cleared that obstacle, and then once you clear the obstacle, take out a notch of flaps, like we did just there. We still have 1 notch in, of course. Pull up that landing gear. Yep, you know why this landing gear isn't going up? Because even though I have my Alpha, Darren, and you have this, do you have this happen as well? You got to hit that, now the landing gear will go up. See? I'm sure Just Flight will fix that. Yep, Aces, you know, I have them on the Alpha, and I often forget that when I have it on the Alpha, there's a bug in the aircraft. I suspect is a bug. I don't think that'd be by design. And again, that's my only gripe with this airplane is the fact that there's some things that they need to map out, and I think you can do it manually. I try to do some things manually, like the rocker switch for the parking brake, and even that's problematic. So I think there's some bugs that Just Flight, I have no doubt, will get figured out and resolved. And honestly, that's my biggest. I won't say it's my only gripe, but I don't have many gripes with this aircraft. I think it's wonderful. But that definitely is my biggest gripe. Is that, like, out of the box? How does those are like common controls too. How does the Alpha controls with the landing light, the avionics, navigation, strobe? How do those not work? I think maybe 1 or 2 of them work by default. But yeah, that's annoying. Of course, let's remember we're on our right tank this time, so we're gonna fly. We can pull probably a little throttle out, little RPMs out. Oh, we got to get back on our course line here. On our way to Catalina. This might be cool. I kind of, if I remember this airport, friends, if I remember it right, it's kind of a neat. It's off the coast, of course, and it's just like, I don't know. It's like this. It's not really a mountain, but it's, I don't know. What's the one I'm trying to think of that's in the Caribbean? It's near TNCM. It kind of reminds me of that one. It's not TFFJ. Can't remember the name of it now. But anyway, it's kind of, you know, it's got this big embankment, and if you slammed into the side of it, it would be game over. If I'm remembering the right airport. Like I said, this is the first time I'm flying it. Look at that, fans. Look at that. Is that gorgeous or what? Look at those buildings and the detail of that. And I think that actually comes with, I might be mistaken, but if it has that much detail, I believe that comes with the Orbx scenery for Burbank. So do check it out. I do have a link below to the main Orbx site. It isn't just for Burbank, but I've got like 3 airports that we're landing at, or that we took off from. So San Jose, where we started the stream, we took off from there. That's an Orbx scenery you can pick up. I think, again, $20 or somewhere around there. And I think you can pick that up in the marketplace. There's one of the Orbx sceneries that you got to go to Orbx Direct online to get. But you get San Jose, Orbx. We landed at Santa Barbara, that's Orbx. And then we just took off, of course, from Burbank, that's Orbx. So we got 3 payware aircraft from Orbx. In my opinion, Orbx does, for the most part, does really good scenery. 170, so we're going right, so we want odd altitude, so we'll climb out to 5,500. But yeah, Orbx does exceptional scenery for the most part. Highly recommend Orbx scenery for those of you that want some add-on. And you know, if you don't want to, you think that the default scenery for Microsoft is good enough, by all means, to each their own, my friends. No need to spend money on stuff that. But yeah, I mean, that looks amazing. And some of that, now I think we're getting into just normal Microsoft Flight Simulator, Shark AI, and Asobo technology as we fly over this part of California. I don't think that's anything that comes with Orbx. So it's really sometimes kind of hard to tell until you get like right down eye level with it. Once you get eye level, it definitely shows. Get it, or make sure. There we go. All right, so we're good. I'm telling you right now, SimFans, that this aircraft is aces. It is a nice plane. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful aircraft. Yeah, important mention, Darren. Do not get the Coronado one. Coronado, like, I think Coronado came out with the Aero 3 like a few days before Just Flight, and I thought that was kind of, I don't know, I think that was kind of shitty, personally, because I know Coronado's MO. I mean, they have some decent aircraft, but for them to just like, you know, Just Flight taking their time, and in Coronado, you know, they had to be pushing the devs and getting that out there right before Just Flight so they could first of all, make people think it's the Just Flight, because I almost made that mistake until I was like, oh shit, the Just Flight's out there, and or the Aero 3's out there, and then I look close and I'm like, wait, that's the Coronado. I think that's questionable, that tactic. So, you know, I do like I said, I like the Piper Seminole. I do like you know, some of the Coronado stuff. It's probably slightly better than average, maybe average. It's nothing to this level, so definitely agree, Darren. Save your money for the Just Flight version, and don't get fooled by Coronado. That's a really good point, Darren. Look at that city back there, baby. Look at that city, fans. Woo! Oh crap! I just hit that camera. I bet I just lost the Bravo throttle quadrant. I didn't mean. I went to reach for my mouse. Did I lose it, fans? Nope, it's still there. Okay. Let's go ahead and hit autopilot, and let's go ahead and hit altitude. Sorry about getting you all dizzy there. We're right now on nav. That's okay. Yeah, good deal. Frame rate's pretty shitty again. Ha! Circuit breakers don't work? That doesn't surprise me. Oh, look at this! I don't think that is, unless they're... Nope, they're not parallel landing. Ha 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 ha! Well, obviously, you wouldn't see that in real life. But one's maybe doing a go-around, so at least they got that sort of right. Maybe they're both doing go-arounds. I gotta believe that's AI. Oh, there's certainly things to fix with on the AI side, but at least we have AI, right? And we have multiplayer. Aces, we still need to do a live flight. I need to do a live stream and invite all of you to. We need to figure out a place to fly out of and do that together. I think that'd be fun. That would be fun. I'm telling you what, SimFans, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to take. Let's see, how much time do we have? I might have to take a quick break here. How much? What's going on with the frame rates again? We got 14 minutes. I got time to take. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. Let's turn on the frame rates. So go to General if you want to see your FPS counter. I know some of you may have already seen this. Go to Developers. This is how you can see your frame rates and get all kinds of details. Hit on. Go up here to Options. Do Display FPS. You're gonna get this. Look at that. That's bogus. 20. Oh my God! I need a new computer. Okay. Or I need to set the graphics down. 18. Look at this shit. 15? Okay, is it loading? It's got to be loading. It's not. I mean, that's the real deal, SimFans. 18, 19 frames per second. I'm sorry. I know what I just need to apologize to each and every one of you. I will make it better. But here you can see, I've showed this before, it's limited by my CPU right now. GPU is in the yellow, but it's not bottlenecked, and we're getting this flash main thread CPU is really suffering right now. So anyway, that's how you can turn FPS on, if you were ever wondering. I'm going to throw on some tunes. I will be right back. Nature calls, SimFans. Sorry, I'll be right back. right, SimFans. Thank you for making sure you kept the aircraft under control. I took a little longer than I thought I would, but thank you for sticking around. Appreciate it. Looks like we're past the coastline here on our way to Catalina, which is to be expected, right? Let's see what we can see. How's our frame? Oh, our frame rates are still shit. 18 to 20. God awful. I'm gonna have to do something about that. That is not acceptable by any means. Main thread. Well, here Catalina's coming up here, but while that's coming up, SimFans, let's take a look at our task manager. Yeah, that's kind of weird though, because, well, threads, I need to go into resource monitor to really see all the threads. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, CPU 0. See, now that's where it's maybe a little misleading. They're all at 100%, so how far are we? We might have to think about descent, but I want to show you something. Get this online in time. Window capture. Let's do. Do I have task manager from before? Maybe. No. So I'll do new task manager. Because this might help you if you're trying to figure out what's going on. If you have a older system like mine. Okay. So. So you go into here and so you got your GPU, your CPU. So here it says like 67, 66, but up here it says red and we're getting 19 frames per second. So it's like, what the hell? And so if we do open resource monitor, ah shit, you can't see that. Hold on. Perfmon, there we go. Okay, see that? Everybody see that? Okay, so let me open that. Maybe a little bit bigger here. So let's go to CPU. So see, if we go to CPU, you got multiple cores in your CPUs, right? I've got an i7 7700K, and now we see 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%. So don't believe, SimFans, when you go to your task manager and it says you're only running 70%. That's why I wanted to show you this FPS counter, because it gives you more details. So we're spiked, and that's how I knew my CPU was pegged. Because if I just went to task manager and said, oh yeah, CPUs are like 67, 70%, no, it's, you know, it is kind of sitting around there. I mean, this is 100% or 0%, but it's taking into account like all of the cores, and so, you know, it starts bottlenecking when you get around that higher thread level. So just something to be aware of. I mean, we're not at 100% on all those, right? On all those cores. But in terms of Flight Simulator, it is saying our main thread is at, and I don't know what threshold they put that at. I'm sure there's a particular threshold they set that at, but that's how you can see exactly what your cores are doing. Make sure that they're all running. Remember FS10, there was a tweak to get it to enable all your cores to run, and otherwise it would just be like essentially a single core. Even if you had like, well, back then it was dual core, like 2 cores. If you were lucky, you had a quad core, but it didn't take advantage of those. At least Microsoft Flight Simulator does, but again, just wanted to show that quick. I'm going to turn that off so we can see our flight, and God, that's just awful. I don't know why it's so bad. It might be because I have so many. Well, I think that World 3 update or the World 4 update, Sim update, not the World 3. I'm sorry, the Sim update kind of messed with performance to some degree. I've heard other simmers complaining about it. So I don't know what Asobo did, but I think they kind of took a step backwards in performance. So hopefully they get that figured out, because this is, I mean, I've normally, when I'd be flying around California, I'd be at least at 30, not like at 24, 26 flying over the ocean. That's pretty horrendous. Anyway, we'll turn that off for now as we fly into Catalina. Let's take a quick look here at Catalina. We'll bring up Chrome. So go back here and KVX-KSBA-KBUR. Again, we're on AirNav 1600, so we need to drop down to 2600. And what runways do we have? 4 and 22. Alrighty. 4 and 22 and 1600. So yeah, we probably should start losing altitude. So we're going to set this to vertical speed, and we're going to start descending. Hit our button, and then we can start bringing it down. And we want to drop down to 2600. And what did I say the runway is? 4 and 22. 22 is going to be, because just on approach here, we're going to take 22 because we look at our HSI, we want to go on runway 22, so we're going to switch this mode selector, and we're going to put our caret, if you will, on 22 so we know where we are going. And of course it doesn't match up quite right, so we're just going to do this trick like that. I'm a little disappointed in the frame rates right now. I don't know what is going on. There's the runway right here, gang. So kind of a fun little drop. We got a drop in here. We're going to do 22, so we're going to do a what's called a right base. So we'll kind of approach it. We won't go straight in. We'll do a right base, and then we'll drop in and land right at that airport there. You can see the lights there. So I think it'll be good. Okay. Darren, thank you. Yeah, I wondered because so update 3 did something horrendous, right? Because it seems really bad right now. So thank you for confirming that, Darren. And we're going to turn our autopilot off. We're going to hand fly it. I'm going to trim it. Darren, I think you said, when do you expect your Bravo? I know you said you ordered it and it's on the way. When do you expect to see that? I probably missed that. And Aces, I'm sure you said it too. And when are you getting yours? Or did you say you got it already, Aces? Did you get yours? I apologize, guys. I've been slacking on reading the chat stream here. I'm gonna pull this throttle out, and we'll just plan on doing a touch and go. But we want to enter a right. Right. Now, normally in real life, you always want to enter, unless you're air traffic controlled airport, you want to enter a 45-degree downwind. Let's go ahead and do that so we can just simulate a proper approach to this airport. So what we're going to do is we're kind of staying away from the airport. Again, we want to be at 2,600 approximately feet because we want to be 1,000 feet above above ground. And as we look there at AirNav, the airport is approximately 1,600 feet above mean sea level. No question on what the sea level is, right? We see it all in blue around us at this island. So we're going to enter a right downwind at a 45 approximately. I probably won't do this perfectly, fans, but we'll enter approximately a right downwind at a 45 degree. We're kind of staying away from the traffic pattern, keeping our eyes out for any traffic. Certainly don't want to run into anybody. And so we're going to now bank. And notice my caret down here. That's always good to have on there so you know kind of approximately where you're at in terms of like coming in for a landing. So we're just going to go in and enter a 45. We're going to keep turning here until that caret's at about a 45 for the runway there. So we look. Still have some altitude to lose. I'm not doing a really good job here, to be honest with you guys. but you know, it's good enough for this, I guess. So here we go. We got to kind of level off. I got to trim. I'm giving it a lot of yoke. Got to give some power. We're gonna put a notch of flaps. Gumps check. Gear down. Gears down. And when we get about the threshold at about 45 degrees, you can see that's the beauty of track IR. I can really see that. So we're at 26, and we're just want to lose a little bit of altitude, but there's a little bit of lip on that ledge. You notice that there? So we got to account for that. We might have to do kind of a little bit of a steep descent onto the runway. Right, so we're going to just turn, and we're going to lose, maybe we'll just lose about 300 feet altitude, about 2,300. See if we can't approach this runway, because it does look like there's a little bit of lip, and you know, it's always better to be high than low, especially when you're approaching a runway such as this. This is a little trickier than some of them. You've got flat terrain all around, obviously, right? And then another notch of flaps. You can see that's in another notch, and we're a little high here. That's okay, because again, it's better to be high than low. And the when you're approaching a runway like this, you have a steep like cliff in front of it, like we have here. You know, your eyes can perceive. They can fool you. You can actually think you're higher than you really are, and that's kind of the danger of these kind of approaches as well, because you can actually feel like, wait, I'm a little too high, and you get too low, and depending what you have for winds and drafts and stuff like that, you can see. We just had a wind draft. Just talking about a wind draft. You see the airplane? That's a beautiful thing, by the way. If you can get if you get the aircraft to do stuff like that, where it suddenly pitches and rolls, like we just saw that roll there, that's pretty sweet. Let's keep our airspeed up here. We're going to be a little high. I'm doing this, and we're going to do a little bit of a side slip. So we're going to slip a little bit, just to keep that airspeed from coming up too much. So we're crabbing in a little bit, slipping, and then we're going to take out. I need to get another webcam to show you the TPR rudder pedals, and then we're going to take all our throttle out, and then we're going to pull up. I need to trim like a mother. All right, we landed. Okay, now we're going to put up 3 notches of flaps, down 1, full power. This is a touch and go. Get that left rudder in, you keep that nose straight, and that's all there is to it, fans. And about 2,000 feet, we will take out that last notch of flaps. Put up landing gear. Beautiful. So yeah, Darren, I got to figure out, like, I would assume that Aerosoft is working on a fix for the performance bug. You know, it always seems like, and I can't blame them, because I love the fact that they are working on the simulator. Thank you, Aces. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. But you know, they're working on the simulator, and it's one of those things where, you know, you might take 1 step forward, 2 steps back sometimes, and I'm okay with that as long as they fix their stuff. I'm okay with that. But yeah, I thought I had heard something as well, Darren, that there was a performance bug introduced in the last sim update. So thank you for confirming. All right, let's go ahead and put on our autopilot here. And of course, we got to get our. Let's see, it's on nav. I got to put heading. That's okay. Put it not approach. Heading. Heading. There we go. And it's going to want to flip us around, but we're going to just switch. And let it roll back out here so I can. Wasn't that fun though, fans? I mean, come on. Catalina. That was a fun, and that's free, by the way. I don't know. We didn't really look at it, did we? I don't know what is there to see about Catalina. Let's go outside here. Maybe that building back there? I don't know. I was so busy focusing on landing and approach that I kind of missed it. Yeah, you're right, Darren. The Soba will fix it. I have no doubts, my friend, for sure, for sure. I didn't really pay attention, but this is being recorded, by the way. I will put it in the description. I got to find it again, but I will put it in the description so you all can pick it up. I highly recommend it. It's a lot of fun. As you can tell, it's not super challenging, but it's challenging. I mean, it's certainly more challenging than the commercial airports we've been flying into. So kind of fun for a change. All right, so SimFans, let's see here. We probably want to switch our fuel tank to the left. So we're gonna go down here, switch to the left, because if we look at our fuel gauges, we can see that, I probably could have waited until it was down to 10, but we'll switch it now. No worries. Ha 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 ha! Oh, I beat you to it, Aces. This time I got it. No, good job, man. I there's a little bit of a delay. There's like a 15-second or so delay, and I did get it switched, and I saw right after I switched it, hey, we're in sync, buddy. We're in sync. Probably should go flying for real sometime together, I'm thinking, because we're on the same page, my friend. All right, so we need to get SimFans. We need to get this all set. And we're going to go to San Diego. San Diego. So let's go ahead and get our GPS all set up here for San Diego, friends. All right, well, I got it. If I had hit the button first. Okay, so can I just do... No, see, why does it do that? So, okay, so K, and we're going to do SAN, K, S, and then A. You got to go through the numbers. A, and then we're going to go to N for K, San Diego. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, 75 miles, 39 minutes. Thank you all for being with me tonight. I do appreciate it so much. Aces, as always, thank you so much for joining us. Always good to have you on. Darren, thank you for joining us tonight. I think this is the first time, at least I've seen you in chat. Do appreciate you joining and chatting. And all of the rest of you, I see that there are 6 or 7 of you on, even at this late night, at past midnight in the Midwest. I can't thank you enough for joining the stream tonight. Again, I'll be doing another stream this Saturday, same time, 8:30. It'll be another late night stream. If you're interested, I haven't quite figured out where we'll go. I talked about it earlier. Probably need to figure out. Need to set the track here, don't I? Need to figure out where we should go. So, any recommendations? I think I might buy a new payware scenery. Talked about KMSY maybe. Let's see. Our desired track is 115. It's about right there. Probably work. Obviously. And a little off here. Just a little closer. All right. So we got that set. Let's go ahead and hit nav selector. There we go. Our plane's going to bank to the right, of course. Get back on that track. Hey, you know what, Aces? I'm impressed though. You set a timer. Did you really? If you did, I am going to be absolutely blown away, my friend. If you actually set a timer. Oh, shit. Look at that, fans. We're going to have some clouds to deal with. I forgot to mention this. I've always done, like, clear blue skies. We've got clouds, fans. We've got clouds. And a lot of times, San Diego will be... yeah, it can be foggy on approach. This could be interesting. This could be, and those look low. Let's do a weather check on KSAN. Oh yeah, I'm in developer mode. I just hit the tilde and like all the stuff came up. Maybe that's why this wasn't working. So I have it in developer mode and it wasn't working before. That's awesome. That's awesome, Aces. That is so cool, man. You're actually setting a timer like I should be. Oh, you're a good co-pilot, buddy. Thank you. Kevin G! Welcome, Kevin. Kevin says I just downloaded KAVX a couple of days ago and haven't flown to it yet. Southern California is my home area and is where I do most of my flying. Been to Catalina many times on my boat. Wow. That's pretty freaking cool, man. Well, hey, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the channel, Kevin. It's good to have you with us, my friend. Yeah, we're just we've been cruising California coastline. As you probably saw, we headed out from San Jose and we flew into Santa Barbara. We did a stop. All of us got out of the aircraft, did a little bathroom break, grabbed some refreshments, and we took off. And we went to next stop was Burbank from Santa Barbara, and then we went to Catalina. Now we're on our way to San Diego, my friend. And hey, Kevin, I've got my Coronado for the brewing company T-shirt on. Went there. And I've been to San Diego several times. I'm in the Midwest in Iowa, where there's not much but flat land. No oceans, no mountains. Lots of fields, lots of corn. Yeah, welcome, Kevin. All right, so I might have to exit out of developer mode, but let's see. Airport's farther from us. And well, I probably could pull out some of the RPMs and make sure. Let's see what else we got here. Airport's even farther. And we're looking for KSAN. Did I miss it? I don't think I did. Let's keep an eye out for it. I might have to get a little closer before we check the weather. You know what? We could do this. Let's talk about reading a METAR report, shall we? Because this. That throttle up here. Okay, so where are we at? We're at 7,000 feet. Just sent a little bit, and we're on a easterly, so right odd, of course. So we need to climb to 7,500. So I'm gonna SimFans. I'm gonna put on the vertical speed, and we're gonna climb. It's gonna go down, of course, because it was down when we were making our approach to Catalina. God, that was fun. I really enjoyed landing at that. So we're gonna climb up. We'll climb to 75. Yeah. So let's take a look at a METAR report. And so we're gonna go back and we're gonna type in KSAN. So here, of course, only one runway, right, at beautiful San Diego, so can't get too lost. Runway 27 and 9, general aviation on the, let's see if I don't have this right. There we go. All right. Actually, I did have it right. So we'll have it on the 9 on the north side, general aviation. And let's see, we're at 7,300 feet. John Wayne Airport is your home airport. Nice. Yeah, I've got the Kevin. I've got the scenery for that on X-Plane. I don't think they have payware for MSFS yet for that. Yeah, Aces couldn't. Yeah, we couldn't find the fuel pumps at KBUR. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Okay, we're gonna hit altitude so we can level out. This will be interesting. Let's go ahead. I mentioned. Sorry, I'm taking a long time doing this. So here, just going through all that. You couldn't see it. Sorry about that. So METAR report. That right there. All that mumbo jumbo garble. So essentially this is the time, Zulu, that was last taken. You know, and so here it's variable winds at 4 knots. Basically your visibility is in 6 statute miles. We've got, by the way, all of the clouds, these are, so 015, this would be 1,500 feet, and this would be in above ground level, not sea level. And yeah, so it just kind of shows you over the time kind of what the weather's. That's the TAF report. I said METAR. Sorry, that was not a METAR report. METAR was up here. METAR is more simple. TAF report is more of like what's happened over time. METAR report's a little easier to read. So again, the time, the wind is at 3603 knots, 10 statute miles of visibility. So that's really good. By the way, VFR is for essentially. VFR is 5 statute miles or longer that you can see with the naked eye. Marginal VFR, you might see that as MVFR. That would be if you're at 3 statute miles to 5 would be marginal. If you're under 3 statute miles, SimFans, you better be on an instrument or an IFR flight plan. You'd be in contact with ATC guiding you all the way. Not to say that you couldn't go into IFR, but that's why we have those low clouds, SimFans. That's why we see those clouds down there. So that's holding pretty true. You know, if it's saying we have a few at 1,400 feet, well, that's obviously below us. So that seems to be holding true. That A3017, that's altimeter of 30.17. That's in inches, mercury. And other stuff probably not even worth going over, but yeah, those are the key things to point out. You know, if you care about those things, but it's kind of good to see if you're like in real life when you're flying, to keep an eye on the weather. The weather's is your variable, right? That's the thing that always changes. Especially in the summertime, can change really fast. I think we got our frame rates back, friends. Oh, the other thing I might want to point out is, you know, this is a pretty simplistic GPS. Which is all right, but here's our course line. So, you know, this green rectangle here, and we want that right on our arrow. And we're kind of banking and sloping and stuff, but some key things to watch for if you want to verify you're on the right path, make sure that distance counter is counting down, and as well as the 2335. And as we saw earlier on this aircraft, we had our electronic flight bag, or our tablet here. You can kind of see from here on your flight info, density, altitude, pressure, altitude, the fuel used, basically how much fuel consumption we're having, what is our endurance, so that would be how many hours and minutes left do we have that this engine's going to run at this current fuel consumption. Ground speed, that's GS, we're going 144 knots, so as you can see, if we look over here, if you look at your true airspeed, it says 120, so usually that's what you're going to find, because you might have do we have a tailwind? I think this will actually tell us if we move over here. Actually, we have a headwind, 14 knots. So, you know, when you're flying, you actually are typically your indicated airspeed, you're going faster ground speed. Although I've found that is not always the case if you have a really strong, sorry about that, if you have a really strong headwind, of course, right? I remember flying for real life flying from Ames, where I live, to Boone, Iowa, or not Boone, I'm sorry, Cedar Rapids, which was air traffic control airport, and there's a highway 30, and it was flying right along at night. This was a night flight, and it was snowing a little bit, and I looked down, and we had this horrendous, I was with at the time I didn't have my PPL, I was with my flight instructor, and we had this horrendous headwind, and I remember looking down at the highway, and 18-wheelers were pulling away from us. That's how bad it was. So, you know, even though our airspeed was up, we were going slower ground speed wise than our airspeed indicator, and God, was that depressing. But you know what? If you're flying, I shouldn't say it was depressing, because I'm always happy when I'm flying, like all of you, right? But it was, I don't know, maybe the word for it was just like surprising. They're like, wow, we are really slow up in the air right now. We got a nice locked in 7,500 feet on our final stretch, our final leg to San Diego. We'll see if we can see much of the city as we fly in here. Frame rates are really going well now. Let's check them out. It just seems like they're going really good now. Not really. Although, I guess everything's relative, right? 30 compared to what was it, like 18 or something like that? I guess that would be saying we're doing really well right now. So hopefully Asobo gets that fixed out, as Kevin mentioned. Plenty of fuel, plenty of altitude, plenty of good companionship with all of you tonight flying 12:34 a.m. Thank you so much, SimFans. I am humbled that you would be staying up this late flying with me tonight. I do appreciate it very much, my friends. Cheers to all of you. It's been a blast. Again, I'll be flying Saturday evening. I was hoping to be able to do the Aerosoft CRJ 550 that was just released on Tuesday. Check it out. I have got it. I've done one flight with it, but it's not enough to showcase it on Saturday, and I don't want to look like a fool. So I will learn that aircraft better before I do a live stream with all of you, and we'll have fun with that for sure. I don't know. Maybe we should do another Zebo flight. Go back to X-Plane. I do have ortho for XP for the entire United States and Western Europe, UK. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you want to do another X-Plane flight, or should we keep it real in MSFS? I think a lot of my followers are now used to me doing Microsoft Flight Simulator, so I don't want to abandon them or you for X-Plane, although I have a feeling that many of them also fly an X-Plane, which is awesome. Because again, there is room for both of them on your hard... Well, I take that back. In the literal sense, there's probably may not be room for them on your hard drives. But I think there's room for both of them in our hearts, because they're both great sims to this day. I do love them both deeply. Great simulators, both of them. X-Plane carried us while Microsoft abandoned us after FS10. Lockheed Martin, of course, carried us through with Prepared, getting the license from Microsoft and enhancing it, at least building upon it. And then, of course, X-Plane with X-Plane 10 and 11. 11 is by bar none the best X-Plane version up to date. 12 or some next version will be coming at some point, I'm sure. But it's going to be hard to compete with Microsoft Flight Simulator, especially once Microsoft Flight Simulator starts having more of these kind of aircraft, you know, more study level. How about Aerobas? When is Aerobas going to come to Microsoft Flight Simulator fans? When is Aerobas going to come? I would love to see them come. Tullus, another one. And, you know, if they want to just stay with the next plane, that's okay. But, oh my gosh, I would love to see Aerobas. Aerobas is probably one of my favorite, especially for general aviation. Aerobas for X-Plane, there is nobody better than them for general aviation, in my humble opinion. And Tullus, boy, have they come a long ways, friends. With the Airbus, A319, 320. God, they've got some nice looking aircraft, and the systems in them, you know, basically study level. Not to PMDG level, but they are great. Ace is down, it's all real. You're a sim fanatic. It's all sims. Go for it. Thank you, Aces. We might have to do that, buddy. You know, I like to do the IFR plans. I like to do the instrument plans with the commercial flights. How many of you have heard of a pilot's life? There's a utility out there called a pilot's life, and it's a lot of fun. You can, it's got like all the major airlines across the world, and it is absolutely a lot of fun. I've got a pilot's life. I've got, shoot, I just lost it. What the heck is it? No, I just had it and I lost it. On Air Company. On Air Company, that's a subscription base. What I like about a pilot's life, it's one time pay. You pay it and you have it forever. There's a lot of freeware, you know, basically economic, FS Economy, you probably heard of that one. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff out there that makes, you know, gives purpose to your flying if you want something as an objective other than just going from point A to point B. There's a new one from Orbx. Yeah, there's all kinds. It's an exciting time for us sim fans, really. I mean, not to mention all the stuff that's out there for if you like racing. But I know you're here for the flying, so I'm not going to get into racing. Listen to that sound. Oh, I got my landing light on still. I like the. How about the animation on the prop? Gorgeous. Love it. The ribs under the undercarriage. It's all gorgeous as well. The oil marks and droplets coming off the underneath the airfoil here, the wings. The stabilator, right here. Mentioned this before, if you were with me before. What's the difference between a stabilator and an elevator? Well, it's essentially just simply that on these Piper aircraft, this whole airfoil right here moves up and down. And so they call it a stabilator. It doesn't have like the section that's an elevator on the very back. And then you think, oh, okay, what is this airfoil right here? SimFans, right? That rectangle. Well, that's your trim. So as you trim your aircraft, that'll pitch your nose up and down ever so slightly. And you probably saw with the Honeycomb Bravo Throttle Quadrant, I was trimming with the trim wheel here. By the way, I hit that camera. Hopefully, yep, it's still working. So you can see as you maneuver that, you do your trim. So when you're trimming that out, that's going to just, oh shit. Okay, good. Whew, that must be loading. Oh, yep, the drive's going, we're loading. But that'll trim this airfoil. So it just gives you a slight up or down pitch for your aircraft, and that's all that is. But that's called a stabilator. That's not called an elevator. Of course, you have your vertical airfoil here. Let's see here. We've got the ADF antenna going along here. VOR antennas, all that good stuff for your... They've done a good job in simming all this, all the way up to the point of having the... Basically, I like to call it sandpaper along the edge there of the wing for when you get in the cockpit so you don't fall on your ass if it's raining. Sorry about my French. But yeah, I think they've done a really good job in modeling this aircraft. But, you know, it goes beyond that, right? We've seen good modeling, like Carinado. We talked about Carinado. I'm not going to rip on Carinado. I do like some of their planes. But... I think the model, the flight model for this aircraft, Just Flight's definitely got it down. And as Darren Gardner pointed out, yeah, do not mistaken in the marketplace, because you can. I don't know if this is available in the marketplace yet. You can pick this up directly from Just Flight's site. That's how I got it. Don't be fooled by the marketplace. I won't call it shady, but you know, I call it questionable. Carinado released their Piper Aero 3 just days. They timed it days before Just Flight put it out there. I think that's kind of I don't know. I don't like it. I'll just be honest. I think it was kind of a. They're trying to. My impression, I could be wrong here, SimFans, but my impression is that if you put out an aircraft, you know, there's something to be said about rush to market, right? But you put an aircraft out there just days before you anticipate that Just Flight, that's been highly anticipated, is going to release aircraft. I got a question: are they trying to mislead the consumer? Maybe not. Should give them the benefit of the doubt, but I've seen them pump aircraft after aircraft after aircraft after aircraft out there. There are some developers that actually probably seen that split from Coronado and went their own way. And when you see stuff like that happen, you got to question what's going on internally. But I'm not. I don't know Coronado. I know their aircraft. I bought many of them. But they pump them out really fast, and I don't see a lot of updates. Although I will say this, Microsoft Flight Sim at least are updating to some degree. X-Plane, I'd see like aircraft come out and there would be no updates, absolutely no updates. It would release it, grab the cash, go on to the next, pump it out, go on to the next. And with exception of some aircraft they would do updates for. And this is not, by any means, this is not a rip on Coronado. But I'm here to be honest with you, and from my experience, they have good aircraft. Don't get me wrong. They have beautiful looking aircraft. But I want to see, like, Just Flight, like they've done with this. I want to see Aerobass come to Microsoft Flight Simulator. I want to see, like, Tolis, PMDG, which I'm sure PMDG, I think they even made an announcement they're coming out. Yeah, Darren, is, you know, you say Coronado was dishonorable. Yeah, I can't help but, you know, wonder, and, you know, I of course I'm trying to give some benefit of the doubt in that, but yeah, you gotta wonder, right? But enough of that. But as you said, Darren, be careful when you go to Sim Market. Don't just jump into, you know, don't say, oh, the Piper Arrow, it's even cheaper, it's $30. I'm gonna get the Piper Arrow. I saw it on Sim Fanatic Stream, or I saw it on Captain Canada. No, Captain Canada doesn't fly GA. I saw it on someone's stream, Cat Strader or something, I don't know. And yeah, don't be fooled by Coronado. Don't be fooled by him. Ace is down. You say MSFS 2020 will catch up for sure, but right now, if you want to practice full IMC procedures, XP11 is the way to go. That'll change, though, as MSFS matures. Absolutely, my friend. Yep, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. All right, let's jump in the cockpit, SimFans, and see where are we, how far are we away from San Diego? Oh, only 9 minutes. All right, so let's go ahead and let's take a look at the airport diagram. So we're going to switch over to that now. We already had that up, so all I need to do is bring that up for all of you to see. So again, we are only 17 feet above sea level, so we're just going to drop down to 1,000. Of course, we have runway 27 and 9. We saw that already. We might try to see if we can't contact ATC, see if that works. Let's do a refresh and see what the METAR says. Great visibility, few clouds at 1,400. Given our pattern altitude, we'll be at 1,000. We'll be under the clouds, not 500 feet. VFR, we should be 500 feet below the clouds, right? Ace is down, so we'll make it work. All right. So we got to get to 1,000 feet. So what are we at altitude-wise? We're at 7,500. So if we drop 1,000 feet per minute, 6,500, that'd be 6.5 feet. I'd like to add a minute to that. So let's go ahead and start our descent profile, SimFans. So we're going to set the mode selector to VS. We're going to hit our VS button, make sure that lights up. Then we're going to start dialing this in to be negative 1,000 feet on our vertical speed indicator, as you can see there. I'm looking at this dial right here. Vertical speed indicator, we want that right on the 1.0, so we know we're losing 1,000 feet, and yeah. Let's see, Kevin, you said, got to catch up here. So Kevin, you said I've been flying sim since MS2 or 3, can't remember, but it was wireframe. Yes, I remember that. Talked about it earlier. Remember the SubLogic, Kevin. MSFS 2020 is the best simulator, hands down. I don't even fly X-Plane anymore. You know, I haven't, to be honest, up to last weekend last Thursday, I did an X-Plane flight in the Zibo 737 to get back into the FMS and all that, and I better pull my throttle out a little bit. I hadn't played X-Plane for a while, Kevin, and you know, I've been solely MSFS, but I really did enjoy it. Actually, I had a few. Money was as a viewer that was like, that was really tempting him to reinstall it. He had removed it, said he was done with it, but it's still fun, man. But to each their own. If you've moved on to MSFS, hey man, I get it too. No question. It's right now in terms of eye candy, like you say, it's the best. I missed that one, so I'm glad I read that off. Let's see, aces down. Well for that, Kevin. No doubt, MSF. Yeah, hands down. It is. You know, it really is the best simulator in terms of visuals, obviously, and the flight models. Yeah, there's something about X-Plane. It seems like you're jumping back 10 years, right? When you jump into X-Plane. I mean, at least for the visuals. Not the flight model. I still think the flight model is still, at least, you know, I don't know if it's the flight model in X-Plane or it's the third-party developers. Probably the third-party developers would be my guess. I think Asobo's still working on the flight models and will continue to enhance them, but in my humble opinion, 30 minutes to switch. All right, thank you. We'll get that switched over. Thank you, Aces. Get that flipped over to right tank. Appreciate that. Yeah, I would say, I don't know. I would still say if I jump into an Aerobas plane right now or the Tullus, you know, I haven't had a lot of time with the CRJ. That's the first in-depth commercial aircraft that we've had for Microsoft Flight Simulator to date. So I can't speak of that yet. I don't have, other than just taking it for a quick hop, I don't have much experience with that yet, so I don't even want to comment what it looks good, I will say that. But I can't comment too much on that yet until I have some experience with it. But, you know, if we're talking, if I were to, okay, let me put it this way. And I don't want to say like the default aircraft are, yeah, they're that, right? They're meh. In my opinion. I mean, the 152 I think is actually kind of good. But you know, if I jumped into the Diamond 62, the DA62, I've got the DA62 for Aerobas, and I'll tell you what, that to me feels more like I have more control, and it feels better. Now, granted, I know the DA62 from Aerobas is a third-party aircraft that is in X-Plane that has a more developed flight model than Microsoft Flight Simulator up to date. By the way, fans, I have no doubt whatsoever Microsoft Flight Simulator is going to catch up and even pass X-Plane on their flight model and third-party aircraft. No doubt whatsoever. When that happens, we'll see what X-Plane and Ostermeyer and they can do, and I hope they can do well. I do, because competition. You know, let's just face it. Let's just simply face the fact that competition is good. We shouldn't ever hope for X-Plane to just diminish and be gone. Because then what do we have if, like, you know, I don't see this happening, but what if Microsoft and Asobo decide to can this thing? I mean, maybe somebody would. I don't see that happening, by the way, but you know, let's not forget that X-Plane carried us for years, right? And so I think competition is good. I think it pushes both developers to a level where we can, as sim fans, we can benefit from that. So I like to think of it as not this one's better than the other one, although we obviously think of that, but I don't want to rip on any of them, because we're here today with the stuff that we have because companies push each other to be better and compete. So anyway, enough of that. I'm not going to get on my soapbox on that, but I do think that both of them have a place, at least on my hard drive, they at this point in time. That could change. I am a diehard Microsoft fan for Flight Simulator, always have been. So this is my preference. Not gonna lie. Okay, where are we at, SimFans? So we're at about 1,800. Let's just go ahead and hit altitude. So we're gonna level out here. I did tell you I'd do a quick flyby of downtown. So let's just turn off the autopilot. Enough of that autopilot garbage, right? So we're gonna turn off the autopilot, and hopefully our frame rates aren't gonna suck since the update. But right now, SimFans, this is scenery by LatinVFR. I believe it's $20 US, and I really like it. I've actually got it was one of my earlier videos, so I mean, I'm still relatively a noob at this, but but yeah, I was really inexperienced then, so go ahead and check it out. And I don't think I did too bad a job, but have a laugh if you want. But I do a review of this scenery. Like I mentioned before, I've got the T-shirt, right? I've been there. Got the T-shirt. But we're gonna do. So we're gonna skip. Oh, look at those frame rates! All of a sudden, crap out on us. All right, Soba, you better fix that. I'll just say it here and now. Fix that shit. Well, no, it's not. It's not horrible, but I can definitely tell you it's worse than it's ever been. That's it's discouraging, but I know they'll fix it. They'll fix it. That's gorgeous. So I mean, it's real, right? At a glance, it looks real. But we're gonna fly by this harbor. Oh my God! Really? I was gonna say I'm not gonna turn on the frame rates because I don't even want to know, but I do. Holy crap! 14 frames? That's not good. I know I'm observing the obvious, SimFans, but wow, come on. That's never been that bad. So, Darren, you're absolutely right. That must have been introduced with the last update, because I've never seen it that bad ever. I mean, even like flying like here, I would at least be at like 28, 29. It's like a 33% decrease in frame rates. I don't know what they've done. There was, at first I thought maybe it was because I updated my NVIDIA graphics drivers, because I just did that yesterday. But I'm hearing from all of you, and I've also seen from other posts that there is definitely something introduced in the last sim update from Asobo that really dumped on our frame rates and performance here. That's not acceptable. I'm going to say that now. They need to fix that. And I know they will, but that's it's a little frustrating, because there was other times that they've done releases, and I love that they're doing updates, but I wish they would do a little more regression testing than they're doing. Because, it's like, okay, maybe you fix 5 things, but if you break 10 things, then just hold off, man. Hold off on the updates. Wait for the updates. Regression testing is key. Test that stuff. Have your developers and have your testers test this with all different kind of configurations that we all have before you release it. Don't just release it so we've got another update, we'll keep developing, and there's something to be said about that, but it's really irritating. Don't do 2 steps forward and 4 steps back. In my opinion, it's not really boding well. And I know they'll fix it, but that's frustrating. Oh yes. So Kevin G say that's what I love about simming. You get to do the things without dying for real. Absolutely. We can do crazy stuff in our simulator that we would never be able to get away with, either with the FAA or with our lives. Yeah, absolutely right, my friend. And Ace is down. Beats my Spitfire landing. LOL. I must have been at what? 2 to 3 frames per second. I don't know if you were that bad. I saw your video, Aces, but I don't think it was. It was, yeah, I was chunking along, but I think you were at ultra settings. This is the depressing thing. I'm not even at ultra settings. I'm at like freaking medium settings, and I'm at this 20 frames per second. Yeah, it's got to be fixed. But anyway, how about this coastline, SimFans? How about the Coronado Bridge off in the distance? Beautiful, beautiful. I don't even know if I want to take us downtown, honestly. If it's performing that bad, I don't even know if we should fly downtown. I might just do a quick touch and go at this airport right here too, and then we'll finish up at San Diego. It'll just be a few minutes. There's an airport right up here that I love. Right up here. It's kind of cool. Nice wide airport. I can't remember the name of it, but it's a fun one to land on. Kevin, you need to land at this one if you haven't already. If you sim. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll do a touch and go. Guns check. Got our mixture full, prop full. SimFans. It's approaching 1 a.m. in Central. Now, see the frame rates. Now, I mean, even 24, I can live with that. Even though it sucks, I'm not gonna lie, it's not great. They did something with the CPU. Maybe they did something with. I don't know. Maybe they tried doing something with utilizing more of the cores than that, because like I noticed before, like the cores would be like under 40-50%. I'm like, why is it so low? So maybe they changed something, but now they've gone the other direction. I have no idea. I'm making shit up. I have no idea what's going on, but hopefully they fix it so we can enjoy the sim for all of its glory. All right, so this is it's kind of short, but it's a fun little runway to come in at, right over the Pacific here. So we're gonna land here, friends. Pull that out. We can put the landing gear down. You see that come down? Beautiful. All right. If you haven't already, please smash up the thumbs up button. Subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. Do appreciate all of you, every single one of you. Thank you for joining me this late night stream. I know it's late, SimFans. Hopefully you are not like oversleeping tomorrow on my account, but I do appreciate nonetheless you joining me. Let's go ahead and put in some more notches of flaps. So we got all the flaps in. We look back there, all in. We look down here, our levers all the way up. Oh, we're gonna trim this out a little bit. Put a little more. It's starting to get a little dark. Not completely, but a little bit. See if we can't land this really smooth. I'll say that and I'll fudge it up. That nose straight. Get the front landing gear down there, nice and smooth. All right, put up that. Put one notch down. Kind of zoomed in there. There we go. Off we go. That was all right, wasn't it? It was pretty good. All right, positive brake, gear up. Watch the light indicator. Get that Bravo throttle quadrant. You are going to absolutely love that. Whoever would think that putting up landing gear and retracting it would be so much fun. Well, it is with the Bravo throttle quadrant. I'm here to tell you, SimFans. All right, that's a little. Oh yeah, it's a little small run. We should have done that one. Made it a challenge. We'll do that maybe another time. It's late. We'll get back to the airport here. All right, so back on our way. Look, we can even see the beacon there for KSAN all the way from here. Put up that last notch of flaps. We'll leave the FPS counter on, SimFans, just to see how horrible we do when we get to San Diego here. I'm missing a lot of chat. I apologize for that. Yeah, Ace is right. Remember I tried flying under the Coronado Bridge? It's basically registers as a building. Kablam! We went black screen, got the whole music of you failed miserably. Yeah, that ended badly, didn't it? And Aces, did you tell Kevin that we tried to land on the USS Midway? We tried to land on the aircraft carrier, so that is included SimFans with the LatinVFR scenery. Kevin, you say, just upgraded my computer to an i9 10500 with 32 gigs of RAM with RTX 2070. Nice. Get down to the low 20s with every maxed out. Yeah, isn't that ridiculous, man? That's just ridiculous. I was just saying, Kevin, I almost pulled the trigger on an AMD Ryzen 9 5950X CPU. It only had 16 gigs of RAM, so I'd need to upgrade it. But about the only way you can get this stuff is by pre-order, right? And it had a 3070 RTX. So Kevin, I hear you say, oh, and AC said, Kevin, oh dang, I guess I don't feel so bad with my Xeon E5 and GTX 980. Yeah. Kevin, you said we'll upgrade to an RTX 3080 when I can find one. And Kevin, you're doing the right thing, because the fork, you know, I've got a 2K monitor at Dell Alienware, 34-inch, and really 3070 is adequate for that. From everything I've reviewed and read, a 3080 if you have a 4K, which you do, so you're definitely you're doing the right thing there, as you obviously know. Kevin G, let's see, Aces, you say pilots think it's fun. Yeah, well, of course, right? Aces, we love doing that. And then Kevin, Bravo Throttle Quadrant in my next purchase, probably in the next few weeks. Kevin, can you get them? Are they in stock? I did see a update from Honeycomb that they are hoping to have production up here soon, if not already. Oh, oops, meant 3070. Okay, yeah, 3070. You can get the, you know, it looks like the 3080s are pre-built, right? Looks like the 3070s you can get. But all that stuff is hard to find, man. I mean, if you want to buy it, I heard as soon as mid-April but I heard like if you want to get them by themselves, you know, it's definitely looking, which April would be second quarter, but you know, they're saying mid-second quarter, maybe even third quarter. I don't know. Who knows? Damn those crypto miners, right? And if you're crypto mining, as long as you're doing it with like one, right? But if, like I see like, or two cards, but I've seen like, no, one. Don't take two, because that takes it away from us gamers. But you know, you see some of these racks that they have, like, I saw, you know, you've probably seen these, where you see racks of these 3080s, or, you know, 3090s are pretty pricey. But like they'll have racks of 3080s, and like one person is crypto mining, and they have like, I saw a photo of this guy that he probably bought them all like with bots and stuff, but he had to have like 40 of them in a rack with all this power plugged into them and just doing nothing but sitting there Bitcoin mining. That pisses me off, because like how many of us could use, like there'd be 40 of us simmers that want those, and we can, or any gamer, not even simmers, any gamer that wants them for what they're designed for. And it's just bullshit. I'm sorry. If you mine Bitcoin, you know, whatever. That's, as long as you're not buying like 40 cards and taking away from our gaming community, that's all good. I've got friends that do it, and I give them shit. But yeah, it just, look at these frame rates. 10. I don't even remember when's the last time I had 10 frame rates? I think it was when I was playing FS10. Oh my gosh, SimFans. This is appalling. This is absolutely terrible. Never's been this bad. Never, ever. Obviously, Asobos needs to fix this, because I've never seen it this bad ever in my life. Not as an alpha tester, not as a beta tester, not as any of us that have had it since it was released. They need to obviously fix this. This is not acceptable by any means. Look at this aircraft over Not that you can see my hand, I just pointed up to the right. This is bad. This is absolutely terrible. Fix it, Asobo, and fix it now. Make this better for us. I do have to say my drive is cranking right now, so there's also that. It's loading textures. I have no doubt Asobo will fix it. I just want to put that on the record. I know they will. Look at this guy. Look at this guy flying in here. That's got to be someone. A multiplayer. There's two of them like horsing around. That's all good. Landing gear down. God, that is so bad. I mean, I'd apologize that it's my system, but I don't think it is. I think Darren or Kevin is right that it is the sim update that messed this up. They'll get it fixed. I'm sure there's stuff out online that's posted. Look at this guy like buzzing me here, going right overhead. What's he in? Is he in a Cessna Citation? Almost look like. All right, SimFans, we're coming in for our final landing for the evening. I'm gonna pull this out. Let's see if we can't make this the best one yet. I'll say that, and it'll be the worst one yet. Can we get that horn going? God, I couldn't even get the horn going. Seriously. Well, that's how stable these aircraft are, friends. You can't even get the thing to, like, stall. What the hell was that? What was that? I have no idea what that was. It must be something in the terrain. Like, there's a bug there because we just, like, did you see that? We, like, popped up like we just hit, like, this riff in the pavement. All right, so we're going to go up here. We're just going to stop and say, you know what, for landing at, what were we at? Probably like 18 frames per second, SimFans. Something like that. Did our, yep, and see, that time it worked. All right, SimFans, so we need to turn off our lights. We need to turn off our, so we go down here, turn all the lights off, and we'll leave our alternator and all that. So we're going to pull out our prop, pull out our mixture, and of course turn off our battery, and that'll do it. So SimFans, thank you so much for joining me tonight. I really, really appreciate all of you, and I appreciate you coming and participating in tonight's live stream. I wish you all nothing but the best, and if you want, catch me this coming Saturday at 8:30. I haven't completely decided. Look, I didn't put my my flaps up. Okay, my bad. I haven't decided quite yet where we'll be going. If you want, throw some comments in here. Speed bump, right, Kevin G? Absolutely. Ace is down. There, SimFans, messing with you. Might be trying to live snipe me here, live stream sniping. But again, thank you all for joining me. Check out the Saturday. Again, if you haven't already, smash the thumbs up. Thank you, those of you that have done that. I've seen that you've done that. Subscribe, and more content to follow. I do more than just live streams. If you're with me and you haven't checked out my channel, I do software reviews. I do hardware reviews. Do check those out. I'll have more of those coming. I'll be doing a complete, very detailed, in-depth review of the Piper Arrow that we flew tonight, highlighting the good, the bad, and the indifferent, as well as probably give me a few weeks on the CRJ. I want to make sure I do a thorough review on that as well. I take notes, and I try to cover everything that I think, to give an honest review rather than just be the first one out there with the review to get a bunch of views and likes. Nothing against them. A lot of them get early previews of the aircraft, and so all to them, I benefit from them as well. So check those out. Check out the other reviews. But again, thank you so much for attending tonight. And until next time, SimFans, as always, blue skies, and we'll see you Saturday, right? Maybe? Or we'll see you soon. All right, take care. Thanks again.